Good evening, Columbus community. It is Board President Adair, and I am calling the December 15th regular board meeting of the Columbus Board of Education to order. Mr. Treasurer, will you please call the roll?
President Adair,
Present.
Ms. Beckerly,
Present.
Mr. Brown,
I'm here.
Mr. Cole,
Present.
Dr. Pierce. Mr. Ragland,
Here.
Vice President Reyes.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you so much. This evening we have one of our students to lead us in the pledge. Ms. Cooper, will you please go ahead and turn your camera on? She is a student ambassador from Eastmore Academy. So welcome, and go ahead and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate seeing our students and having them help us at the beginning of our meetings. We hope all is well with your schools. We know it's challenging, but thank you again so much for being here, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you for having me.
Before we adopt the agenda, I do want to take a moment to recognize the life of Casey Goodson Jr. I think it's no surprise what happened, and we as the board and the district want to take a moment just to honor him and his life. He was a student, a graduate of CCS, and I know that many of his teachers and friends have spoken out for him. So if we could just take a moment of silence for him, that would be great. So thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. I wanted to just briefly say, and then I'm going to open the floor to my fellow board members. Unfortunately, this type of situation, is something that we have almost grown accustomed to. Every life that is taken, it's a travesty. And I support a full investigation of this incident. We want to make sure that it is independent, that it is full and transparent. I do want to say that there comes a time when we as a community have to call out, I think, other systems. And the law enforcement system here around our country, really, the community is speaking loud and clear. It is time for members of that system to really step up and identify the issues going on and take steps to correct them. There are many good people that work in the law enforcement system. Law enforcement is a noble profession. I'm a lawyer. I value the law and I value those that are charged to enforce it. But what our country was founded on was a system of inequity. And so those who have come through enforcing the law have actually enforced inequitable law and policy. And so not only are we dealing with a time of great crisis currently, but we are in an uphill battle with history. And the only way to address that is for people inside the system to do it. Just like we here at the Columbus Board of Education are working to address our own systematic inequity by taking a long, hard look at the injustices that our students have faced historically, adopting an equity policy, coming forward and saying racism is a crisis in our public education. Every system has to do that. And we are all intrinsically linked, our education system and the criminal justice system. And so I just encourage those that are in the system to please step up, just like we have done just like our teachers have done, our students have done, and our leaders here in our district have done. We know that addressing these problems is hard, but it has to happen, especially here in Columbus, in Franklin County. If we talk about equity as a theme, as an anthem, it's going to take everyone in every system. So I just wanted to say that because this work is hard and it's critical. We really cannot have any more situations like this that happen. Our community will not allow it. It's our kids. It's our families. It's our students. It's our brothers. It's our dads. It's our uncles. It's our cousins. It touches all of us. So I'm going to ask other board members if they would like to say a few words. And I know that there are a few. We will start with Vice President Reyes and then move to Board Member Brown.
Thank you, President Adair. Just wanted to state that my prayers and thoughts go out to Tamala Payne, the mother of Casey Christopher Goodson Jr., and to Casey Goodson's family and loved ones. Their pain must be unimaginable to lose a son. I'm outraged that another Black male has died so tragically. But I stand with the Columbus NAACP and other organizations calling for a full, transparent investigation and that responsible person or persons be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Just wanted to keep my statements brief. Thank you.
Board Member Brown.
Thank you. I too want to express my sympathy and condolences to the family. It is a very tragic situation. And there is absolutely no question that folks are right to protest, to seek justice, to peaceably protest and seek justice. And we must, as a society, as we've had far too many examples, must drive out racism. It's something that I grew up with. It's something that, if you don't stand up to it, you lose. You must stand up and confront racism at every turn. You can't remain quiet, because if you do, the racist person wins. The other very important point that I want to make tonight, and I will just put it in context. I have over 40 years of experience as a lawyer, working many, many types of cases. I've got more than a decade of service as a judge, ranging from the municipal court to the common pleas court to serving as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Ohio. What I have learned through all of my years is that it is absolutely essential that we withhold judgment until the investigation is complete. An investigation doesn't happen in a matter of hours or days, or necessarily even in weeks. But it's essential to remain patient and allow the process to work. The process will work. I'm confident in the people involved and that the investigation is going to play out. And then when we really all have the facts that we can rely on, there will be time for justice to be done. And I have confidence that that will occur as well. But please give the process some time before you reach any conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Additional comments? Dr. Pierce?
So I too would like to give my condolences to Casey Goodson's family. And in this time, as a mother to 2 Black males living here in Columbus, as a wife to a Black male living here in Columbus and the relative to numerous other Black men, I too echo the concerns that this has happened too much in our community, that we are losing our Black kings and leaders. But it's also our Black females as well. We have not been humanized throughout the context of history. Our students are not deemed as worthy when they walk into not just classrooms, but into grocery stores. And they're seen as lesser than or less important. Our students are not loved and valued in our communities oftentimes because we take away those precious resources that make such a difference in their lived experience. And those resources are community centers. Those resources are the nonprofits that provide the tutors and the after-school programs for them. Most often, those are the first programs and resources to leave our community. And our children need those desperately. At a time where our families are struggling to meet the basic needs of food insecurities, housing affordabilities, we continue to deal with a cycle of enduring problems and issues in our community because the Black and brown community of Columbus are seen as less than and seen as non-human in many instances. And so while I appreciate standing with other elected officials to advocate for changes in our system, I also understand that there's a time like now, a time where people just get tired. As Fannie Lou Hamer said, you just get tired of being tired and you start to fight. And so to my community, as you fight, know that I stand with you as you protest. Know that I stand and advocate for you to continue that protest and insurgency. Carry that same spirit of determination and fight into the voting booths, because that's also where it matters. It matters not just who you elect to your local school board, but also the judges that you elect, the sheriffs that you support, the parties that you endorse and vote for when you vote for an entire slate. You're voting for a value system that affects your everyday experience. And unfortunately, yet again, we are here mourning the death of a young king that has been taken from our community. And so I encourage us that as this process does play out and move forward, don't sit by as a bystander. Start thinking about now how you can support someone in your community that is advocating, that is fighting in these streets, how you can support them to advocate and join organizations such as the Urban League, the NAACP, the YWCA, organizations that are fighting for racial justice. Also, support individuals that you know are true leaders in your community that just need the support to run for office so they can make the changes that we need made in our system. And that goes all the way from school board, all the way up to the mayor's office and the presidency as well. And also feed into our students, because now they need that encouragement more than ever. They need to know that we value them, that we love them, that we see them in their full humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Would anyone else like to make any comments? Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to do something different in acknowledging the family of Mr. Goodson. I'm not taking his passing very well. I'm not taking what is happening to my people very well. But I will say this. This is what I'm most honored by that young man, was the fact that when he saw someone in the community hurting, he stepped up and he sought out that person and sought to be as great a support to that person as he possibly could. One of those people was one of our teachers. He was a protector. He was a protector of his family, his siblings. He stood as a shining example about what loving family is all about. All of these things that, in this very short comment that I will make, I am very fervently, very passionately, very ardently challenging each and every one of you to be those things. Be those things. Those are the things that last. Those are the things that stay with you, stay with everybody around you, and persist when we are gone. Those are the golden things that we will remember and recount about each other. So if there is anything that, yes, we will stand against injustice, yes, we will fight against things that bring detriment and harm and danger to our community, to our homes. But I think the more that we stand individually and collectively as golden, shining examples of people who have the abundance to love others, the abundance to show kindness and grace and class, the more we have that, I think the stronger this community will become, the more resilient it will be against these things like racism, like ageism, like sexism, all of these isms that we implicitly and biasedly inflict and subject each other to on a daily basis. Things that as an older man, you become, or an older person, you become a little bit more wiser about in your day-to-day connections, especially those closest to you. So again, my comments are not so much in mourning of his life, because I read somewhere, Sister Reyes, that a good name is something better than the most precious jewels, and that your day of passing is one to be celebrated above your day of birth. I do not celebrate how he left this world, but I sure as heck celebrate the life that he lived. And it's a shining example to me. So yeah. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cole. Additional comments, Board Member Ragland?
Thank you, Madam President. My heart goes out to the Goodson family. My heart goes out to this entire city as we rally around that family with love and support and resources in their time of need. I am tired. This has happened throughout too much of our country's history for too long, founded on violence and greed, the backs of my ancestors, laced with brutality throughout our entire history. And it has not subsided today. This young man was entering his home. The problem that I have is the difference between him being shot and killed and others who have blatantly committed crimes, knowingly committed crimes, and surviving to get their day in court. we're not going to hear Mr. Goodson's side of the story because someone decided to serve as judge and jury. And I'm tired of the investigations as well, because we all know what happens with this process. We've seen it too many times. Goes to the grand jury and ends up with no justice. If this summer has taught us anything, it's that the greater community understands two things: violence and finance. And while we don't advocate for violence, sometimes withholding your finances can serve as a deterrent to the continued violence. And as an African American, the 24-year-old son myself, I think it's time that our people start doing some things a little bit differently. Because when someone starts to feel our presence in their pocket, then they will demand change. And I'm not talking about standing with, I'm talking about doing something. Because we have far too many people who will stand with us, but won't do anything that requires sacrifice on their part. And so we are coming to a fork in the road. Who I've talked to is some very angry people who have had enough. And they're ready to risk it all because they are tired themselves. And while we may give words that can serve as a salve to them in a moment, the continuation of these types of wanton killings of Black people in our country is no longer going to be stood for. We have reached our limit. And this world better know it. These days need to change. Some people need to understand we're not just going to let you keep killing us. We're not just going to be peaceful when you continue to show us the opposite. We've been peaceful. 460 plus years of oppression. We've been peaceful. We've turned the other cheek. We've waited to get justice. That time is running out. That young man's family is grieving. And this city should do well to grieve with them and put our shoulders behind correcting these issues. The insensitivity of our leadership should be addressed forcefully in the response to this. It should be addressed with the resources that are available. They should be directed not just to that young man's family, but to the broader community so that we can begin the healing process for not just Mr. Goodson, but for everyone that has died unjustly at the hands of those folks that are in authority. I've reached my limit. I will no longer remain quiet as my people continue to get murdered. And so it's now time for others to choose as well. But this has to stop. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. I believe that is the rest of the comments on this. Again, just wanting to, send our heartfelt condolence to the family of Casey Goodson Jr., former student of our district, to his friends, family, and the whole community. We have a lot of work to do. And here at Columbus City Schools, we will address issues of systemic racism and bias through our work. This can't happen anymore. So thank you all, board members, for sharing your heartfelt thoughts, comments, personal stories. I think it's important that we do this as a community because we are part of the community. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and move on to our agenda for the evening. Board members, you have the agenda that was sent to you, and it is also on board docs. We have board presentations. We actually have the Ohio State Bar Association here this evening to present some awards. We have 2 individuals for public comment. There's a public hearing on reemployment of a retired employee. We have a report from the superintendent's office. We have a report from the treasurer's office. We have some board policies to look at in board member matters. We have our consent agenda, of course, and we will close this evening with board announcements and adjournment. No executive session has been scheduled. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any comments, questions, additions to the agenda this evening? Seeing none, please call the roll.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you so much. I think I said the Ohio State Bar Association earlier. I meant the Ohio, I'm a lawyer, so OSBA means a couple things in my world. The Ohio School Board Association, they are here. So I want to welcome Kim Miller-Smith from the OSBA, who is going to do a presentation of 2 awards this evening. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you so much. It's hard for me to start this without saying I'm touched, and my heart, so much of what you say is it's so true, and it hurts. And I hope we can make these changes. But greetings from the Ohio School Boards Association, and thank you for allowing me to participate in this evening's meeting. It's the first time I've been with Columbus in a board meeting, and it's a pleasure to be with you. For many of you, you know, but some of you may not know that OSBA is divided into 5 regions, and the Central Region is one of those 5, and it serves 14 Central Ohio counties and 103 public school districts. The region sponsors a fall and a spring conference, as you are so well aware. And we recognize the achievements of school districts and board members, teachers, community members, and district employees. And we support regional and state success through a system of committees. But tonight I'm here on behalf of the Ohio School Boards Association Central Region to recognize the service of district employee Alicia Gillison as an exemplary school employee, and the Ethiopian Tuahito Social Services, represented by Dr. Seleshi Oswal, the organization's president, as the district's friend of public education. I'll start with Ms. Gillison. In nominating Ms. Gillison for this award, the Columbus Board of Education wrote, when considering the nominee for OSBA's Exemplary Employee Award, we were tasked with choosing an employee who is critical to the success of the school district. Alicia Gillison immediately rose to the top of our list. Last spring, Ms. Gillison was tasked with heading up our newly formed Office of Engagement. Her stated mission was nothing less than to coordinate our hundreds of community partners and ensure their work aligned with our district's mission. But this was not enough for Ms. Gillison. She embraced an overarching goal to create programs and services that would connect and engage with all of our families, most especially those with whom we have traditionally struggled to engage. Her understanding of her families, their struggles, challenges, and lived experiences has informed the strategies and priorities she has established in our Office of Engagement. She understands that the ultimate goal of engagement is to engage our families, that by doing so, we can fortify and in many cases create community that in the end will be the foundation that leads not only to improved educational outcomes, but to more fulfilling and successful life outcomes for our students. This dedication and understanding was and continues to be in constant evidence once the pandemic came upon us. Under Ms. Gillison's leadership, our Office of Engagement truly has been the backbone of our COVID-19 response efforts. She and her team have worked tirelessly and strategically, increasing and expanding our engagement efforts on multiple fronts. Their efforts include creating a COVID-dedicated website for students and families to obtain updated information regarding food distribution, academic services, social and emotional supports, and family resources. Coordinating food distribution in conjunction with our food services department, and establishing a community table at each site. At these tables, everything from hygiene supplies to coloring books featuring the work of local artists have been distributed to our families. Creating a partnership and action team made up of more than 35 local organizations from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors to ensure coordinated efforts and brainstorm strategies for facilitating learning and supports to our families during COVID-19. And they administered a multi-phase family survey to make sure we understand our families' needs and which of our programs are working. Thanks to the efforts of Alicia Gillison and our Office of Community Engagement, we have not only made great strides in meeting the needs of our students and their families during this crisis, we have made great strides towards fortifying and increasing our CCS community, which will in turn improve educational outcomes for our students. It is a great pleasure to present Alicia Gillison with the 2020 Exemplary School Employee Award. Congratulations, Alicia.
Thank you so much. And this award is award for our entire team, because everything we do it together. And our community partners, I accept the award on behalf of our team and our community partners and our amazing community. Thank you so much, board members, for nominating me. Thank you. Thank you.
In nomination of the Ethiopian Tuahito Social Services for the Friend of Public Education Award, the board wrote, "It is with great pleasure that we nominate the Ethiopian Tuahito Social Services, ETSS, for the Friend of Public Education Award. ETSS provides support to immigrant families and refugee families throughout Central Ohio in the spirit of Tuahito, seeing all humanity as one. This philosophy carries across the entire agency, reflected in its adult and youth programs, as well as its community response to the COVID-19 pandemic. ETSS programs offer a holistic, trauma, and culturally responsive approach to services. Bilingual support is a mainstay at ETSS, offered to ensure that families have equitable access to services. Since the onset of the pandemic, they have been a community leader in ensuring families receive continually updated community resource and government information in native languages, as well as individualized wellness checks and food and supply access. During this time, ETSS adult programs have continued to offer ESOL and citizenship classes, as well as job skill training and placement. Clients in need of case management services, including health and mental health referrals, and survivors of domestic violence, are continuing to access these services through our Community Navigator program and our Family Care Department. The Youth Department also offers after-school and summer enrichment programs for children ages 5 to 18. As stay-at-home orders went into place, the youth programs responded by transitioning in-person after-school sessions to a virtual platform that provided not only academic support to students during the sudden disruption, but also another point of contact and support for their families. ETSS youth programs uniquely support students and their families by providing bilingual support throughout all academic, social, emotional, and learning enrichment activities, as well as through parent engagement. By partnering with the local school districts, the programs facilitate communication between home and school to ensure that parents who do not speak English have opportunities to advocate for their children. In the transition to online learning, the Youth Department served as a liaison between families and districts to facilitate technological access and supported completion of districts' virtual learning goals. Recognizing that the disruption to in-person school was impacting students' academic and social emotional development, the ETSS Virtual Summer Enrichment Camp was designed with a strong emphasis in literacy and numeracy, while building students' capacity to manage themselves and their emotions during these challenging times. In addition to its work with students in their programs, ETSS represents all new Americans by participation on district committees and work groups to establish the best practices for engaging families. ETSS youth programs focus on the needs of the whole child, including the parents, to support academic and social emotional growth in alignment with the district's goals for achievement and engagement, and will continue this work as we navigate continued challenges in the 2021 school year. It is an honor to present the Friend of Public Education Award to Dr. Selesh Yaswal and the Ethiopian Tuahedo Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller-Smith. You did it very correctly, Tawahedo. You know, it means coming together as one. Yeah, you did it great. Thank you, the Ohio School Board of Association, Madam President Adair, and the Columbus City School Board members. I call you all my friends because we have been working together. And the Columbus City School Senior Management, Dr. Dixon, and my friend Alicia Gleason, congratulations also. You deserve it for this award. We work together and we make it happen. And really, it's a very exciting situation when community-based organization, the school work together. This is what it means, collaboration, partnership. We are all friends and partners because we care and serve underserved communities, such as the New Americans community. So on behalf of the board, ETSS board, my senior management, my frontline staff, and our communities that we serve, the New Americans, I thank you so much to accept this award of Friends of Public Education Award. This is really a great, contribution for us. You remember last year, this board, the Columbus School of Board, awarded us the 2019 honoring and recognition for my staff and my agency. That brings us more to work hard, and especially in this crisis time. We come together, and my staff, youth program managers and directors, they really part because we are leading the refugee immigrant communities, committees, the Partners in Action team. One of my staff, Jennifer Dury, was awarded also a month ago. So that makes me really so happy and passionate about, at least we did something together. And that's what, this award symbolizes in the model that, to tell the whole world that working together is the best. And the spirit of Tawahedo means coming together as one. That is really the philosophy that we are pursuing. And I'm glad that happening and to see that kind of thing is, ETSS has really impacted our communities in different ways. We are hosting now 4 in-school daytime learning extension centers funded by Franklin County Commissioners through the Department of Job and Family Services to serve up to 200 families, which is really a relief for a lot of working families. Uninterruptedly continue our summer camp, our after school virtual training for over 400 youngsters, and most of them, 60-75%, are from Columbus City Schools. So we are so fortunate, to really able, have really a very dedicated staff. And we also work with not only with Columbus City Schools, with other districts like Reynoldsburg School, Whitehall School, the Westerville, the other districts like the different districts in Southwest school system also. So we tried as much as possible, and especially the recent partnerships that we did with Columbus City Schools, Parents and Student Engagement Project really helps us a lot. We hired 7 bilinguals to assist our new American families and students to reach out more than 3,400 students. That's really a big, when I get this report every time from our staff, how our parents, especially new Americans who have difficulties, the culture, the information, and assessing the system is difficulties, our bilinguals are helping them to get them to be enrolled now, So that's really the projects that we have to understand, read each other and support each other. So thank you. I really appreciate, and I'll share this Thursday. I have a board meeting. I'm going to share with them. I know how they will be happy. And 2 of your board members, and Caroline and James, came to meet our board, meet our staff. We are building the bridge. We have to continue this model of partnership. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I want to thank Alicia and Dr. Saleshi. We thank you for your varied and distinguished service to public education and for your commitment to all of the students and families in Columbus. And I never like to leave a board meeting without also thanking each and every one of our board members and the district leaders that are in this community and in the Columbus City Schools. And I'm really proud to be here tonight because on this Zoom meeting, there are many administrators who are on this call who have been former students of mine in a class at Ohio State, instructional leadership, and they were outstanding students. And I know that they are being outstanding leaders for you. I'm so proud of them. And I thank you all for your leadership and your willingness to serve your school district and the Columbus community. And it is because of efforts such as yours, we do enjoy strong public schools in Ohio. So thank you so much for enriching my life tonight and letting me be here with you to present these awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim, and congratulations to ETSS and Ms. Gillison and team. Both of you said it best. It's together that we move forward, and both of you embody that, as well as so many of our community partners and teachers and families, and that's exactly what we have to do. We have your awards. It's just we're in a virtual setting, so we cannot give them to you, but we will make sure that you get your awards very soon so that you have them and can enjoy. So congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
It's our virtual clapping. Okay. All right. So we are going to go ahead and move into our public comment section. Our board liaison, Misty Nichols, will join us with the first caller. Each caller has 4 minutes to address the board. So we're waiting on her. And the first caller will be Cicely Howell. The topic is CCS reopening plans. The board action requested is she would like the board to ethically consider the best options for the entire community for reopening plans. So we will just wait for Board Liaison Nichols to join us when we have Ms. Howell on the phone.
President Dare, the speaker's on the line.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Howell. You have 4 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Can you guys hear me okay? This is new for me.
Yes, we can.
All right. First of all, good evening. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. My love goes out to Casey Goodson Jr.'s family and friends. What a tragedy. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Cicely Howell. I'm stepping out of my comfort zone tonight. I would be much more comfortable if you were all in a hospital gown. I want to first thank you for your hard work and endless effort that you have dedicated to the youth of our community. I appreciate the Fuel Up program and your ability to adapt and continually improve this program. I commend the teachers and support staff for adapting to online learning styles. The non-biased surveys that were sent out to families and staff also can make sure everyone's voice is heard. I'm currently a nurse in the community who has worked both at Grant and Riverside. I'm passionate about the physical and mental wellness of our community. When the pandemic hit, my husband's first thoughts were I should quit my job. He was fearful of me going into the hospital and catching COVID. The first 4 days I was anxious, having trouble sleeping, and I realized there's no way to live. I've been going to work the entire pandemic, and work is the most normal part of my life. As a healthcare system, we have had to improvise and adapt, finding a new norm that is constantly changing. That being said, our community needs us. We have an ethical responsibility to our community. We don't have the option to stay home at work. Our community counts on hospitals to be open. I know you're all familiar with the American Academy of Pediatrics. I took this directly from the website. I'm just going to read you a small quotation. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly advocates that all policies considerations for the school year should start with the goal of having students physically present in school. Schools serve as a safe place for our children and adolescents to be while caregivers are working, which in turn supports the local economy. Schools play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequalities. The AAP condemns the persistent racial and social inequities that exist with the U.S. educational system. The disparities in school funding, quality of school facilities, educational staffing, and resources for enriching curriculum has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Without adequate support for families to access these services, we're going to continue the disparities, which we've all talked about. Thank you for addressing those, all the board members at the beginning of the meeting. I appreciate it, and something needs to change. I reached out to Dr. Markovich, the CEO of Ohio Health, to see if he had advice or Ohio Health could take a stance on schools opening. Impressively, he emailed me back that day. Why I tell you this is I expect the school board to be questioning and exhausting all resources before we make the dreaded decision of virtual school for all in January. I expect you to be reaching out to our community members and health experts on advice regarding schools reopening and the ethical repercussions virtual learning is having on our youth. I inspire all of you to ask your neighbors, friends, how their virtual learning experience is going. I feel we are causing a bigger gap and creating more disparity amongst our cities. Those families that can afford it have hired private tutors and are using learning pods. Not everyone is able to stay at home and get paid to work. As one of my coworkers put it very simply, unless you have an office job, you probably aren't able to stay at home and work. What about the kids that are being shuffled place to place because their caregivers have to work outside the home? There's a lot of single caregiver households. I can only imagine the difficulties of trying to work outside the home and educate my children as a single caregiver. I also feel for the parents that are trying to work from home and assist their children in their virtual learning experience. I'm almost done. I think I'm running out of time. I want to leave you with this note. I feel as a community, we can do better. Here in Columbus, we are fortunate to be surrounded with many resources. We want to provide the best education for our youth and empower our future leaders. The children in our community deserve it. We need to take into account the physical as well as emotional health of our youth. After looking at all research to ensure abuse, neglect, anxiety, and depression have not gone up in our youth, and virtual or learning is the best option, then so be it. I think we should feel good as a community if we've looked at everything. I challenge us to adapt, improvise, and overcome. I'm not an expert in education, and I understand none of us have ever navigated a pandemic. However, I have confidence that our kids can safely be back in the building. I think our youth need the social aspect of in-person learning. I think as a community, we owe it to our children to rise up and look fear in the face. Many places around the country have been successful in in-person learning, and I feel we can do it too. This should not be political. Our community also deserves the promised transparency in whatever decision the school board ensures for Columbus's future. I look forward to the board's strong leadership in providing hope and resilience to empower our community. And that's all I have. I think probably I went over my 4 minutes, so I apologize.
That's okay, Ms. Howell. Let me first thank you for your service as one of our essential frontline workers every day in our hospitals. Thank you so much, and thank you for your comments this evening and advocating for us to resume in-person learning in January. Does the board have any clarifying questions for Ms. Howell at this time? I don't see any at this time, Ms. Howell. We do so much appreciate you sharing your thoughts and research with us. And appreciate your advocacy. Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Hardwick. The topic he will be addressing is physically reopening schools. The action requested, he would like the board to focus on equity and the needs of kids when making decisions about physically reopening school. And we will wait for board liaison Nichols to join us with Mr. Hardwick.
President Adair, the speaker's on the line.
Thank you. Mr. Hardwick, you have 4 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, President Adair and members of the board. I'm actually not calling to ask you to take any specific action tonight, because I know, even though the topic of my call is the reopening, I know that you have a difficult job in sorting through the science and also sorting through the logistical capabilities of what the district has to reopen safely. So what I just wanted to do is pass on an anecdote of our family virtual learning from yesterday and explain why I think it might be worth 4 minutes of the board's time. So my middle schooler yesterday was trying to transition from one Zoom class to the next. Her Zoom just froze completely. She couldn't do anything with it. She couldn't even shut it down. And she was just stuck with a frozen computer. She came up to me. I worked from home. I was able to I have my work computer. I have my personal laptop. I was able to give her my personal laptop. She opened it up. She opened Zoom and got back to class. And that just got me thinking about how many kids in the district have a parent who works from home with an extra computer so they can just throw at their kid and get them back reopening. And I'm not calling to criticize the board or any administration, because I know you've done an enormous amount of work to provide the resources and Chromebooks to local schools, and teachers and administrators have been doing great work in getting those distributed to the kids who need them. I also know that there are teachers and principals who are using their own time, their own gas money, their own cars to try to track down kids who are falling through the cracks and to get them what they need to learn. But I also know that it can be difficult to change the status quo over any significant opposition, even if there's significant support for changing the status quo. And I guess I am going to ask you to do something, and that's that when you're trying to make a decision about what to do for the next quarter, that you let that you follow the science, what the science says you have to do, and then look at what you have to see whether you can make it happen. Because even though, again, the teachers, you, the board, the teachers, principals are all doing, and the administration are all doing the best you can to make the best of a bad situation. The best of a bad situation is still a bad situation. And I thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hardwick, and especially for sharing, you know, a personal example that you had, and certainly the, you know, exactly what you said, that struggle about, you know, in this environment, making sure that all of our kids have exactly what we need. And even despite the hard work of our teachers and staff, we know, just like you said, we know there are some kids that are not getting what they need. And that's the heartbreak every day. So thank you for making those comments. Board members, do you have any clarifying questions or comments from Mr. Hardwick on this topic? I don't see any. So thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us. And thank you for your continued advocacy on behalf of your family and students in the district. We will now move on to item number 5 in our agenda, which is the public hearing on reemployment of Michael S. McCammon. It is my understanding that no one has signed up to speak on this issue. Is that correct, Board Liaison Nichols?
Correct.
So that will actually conclude the public hearing on the reemployment of Michael S. McCammon. All right, we will now move to item 6, which is a report from our superintendent. Hello, Madam Superintendent. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. First, we would like to start with a presentation on our new World Language Middle School. I know OSBA Kim Miller stated that she was very familiar with outstanding leaders, and I concur. We have so many outstanding leaders in our district, and one of those outstanding leaders is going to be leading in this new World Language Middle School. So I would like to bring up Dr. Keith Harris first, and he will introduce that presentation, kick off the presentation rather, and introduce us to Michael Sain and the new principal of the new World Language Middle School, and that is Sandra Santos. So Dr. Keith Harris.
Good evening, Board President Adair, Vice President Reyes, board members, Treasurer Bahoric, Internal Auditor Smith, and Dr. Dixon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening about World Language Middle School. In February 2019, the Columbus Board of Education approved a resolution regarding Recommendation 3 of the Facilities Task Force that directed the administration to create a middle and high school immersion program to form an immersion feeder pattern. In addition, the board directed the administration to co-locate grades 6 through 8 of Columbus Global Academy to 330 East Dominion Boulevard, location for the new World Language Middle School. This evening, our presentation team, consisting of yours truly, Keith Harris, Area Superintendent, Region 4, Ms. Sandra Santos, Principal of World Language Middle School, Mr. Zachary Riggs, Principal of Columbus North International School, Mr. Michael Sain, ESL Director, will provide you with an update on the district's progress towards opening World Language Middle School, and based on research and consultations with experts in dual language, immersion programming, and ESL support models, we are requesting the full integration of Columbus Global Academy grades 6 through 8 into World Language Middle School. Principal Santos.
Thank you for inviting us to share some exciting progress of our team at the board meeting today in cooperation with our families, students, and community organizations as we continue to plan for the movement. As we begin, we would like to start by revisiting the inception of the PK through 12 Columbus City Schools Immersion Pathway, drawing upon national models and best practices, current research and insights, support from around the nation, and our families and the community partners in our own Columbus backyard. with guidance from each department in Columbus City Schools, from curriculum to HR, ESL to facilities, and operations and budget. The core members of the administrative team, under the leadership of Dr. Chapman and Dr. Harris, are proud to share our new PK through 12 pathway for our multilingual learners. Joining us today for this board meeting are core members of the Region 4 Pathway Development Team who have served as thought and reflective partners, contributors, and experts as this vision has taken shape. With the support of the monthly steering committee, which includes parents from each feeder school and program, as well as national experts and community partners, we are proud to share the developed World Language Middle School purpose, mission, and vision statements. Focusing on prioritizing our students and the funds of knowledge they bring to our learning environment, our purpose, vision, and mission truly began the creation of our slogan, one school, one mission, one vision, one movement. As we ensure that we create a safe space that intentionally honors our students while creating opportunities for bringing multicultural experiences to the forefront of our learning environment. World Language Middle School is committed to fostering multilingualism in the Columbus community as we merge 3 learning communities into 1 middle school location, in line with the February 2019 Board of Education Board Resolution. We have intentionally created this new transformational learning environment. This school will incorporate the 2 immersion elementary programs, Columbus Spanish Immersion Academy and ECOL Kenwood, with ELL students identified as newcomers into a welcoming multilingual middle school. Rather than simply co-located, they are fully and seamlessly integrated. We're also excited to offer an opportunity for remaining spaces to be open to students from around the district who are eager to join this movement. This pathway will create bilingual, biliterate, and successful students. This joint venture, the combination and unification of 2 schools in 1 program, will be a language-rich learning environment with staff who are experts in language acquisition theories and pedagogy. Our programming model for all of our students emerging from each primary source will not only benefit newcomers who speak Spanish and French as a home language, but will support students from around the globe with diverse and rich home languages. We recognize that the previously co-located and now fully integrated model, many of our students will be at differing levels with their abilities to navigate a formal school setting for the first time or the first time in the United States. To these ends, we have ensured that our students have access to both academic and social-emotional supports to ensure their success and continued progress towards multilingualism, with the increased opportunity to learn in their target language, whether the target language is Spanish, French, or English. We are very excited to share these multiple flexible pathways to college and career readiness available to all of our students, regardless of home languages, in grades 6th, 7th, and 8th. In the first pathway, students who are seeking to ultimately earn a seal of biliteracy and/or international diploma will receive core science, math, and English content curriculum in English. Social studies and the elective cultural media studies will be offered in Spanish and French for increased opportunities for students to participate in target or heritage language curriculum. Our second pathway is for students who, rather than focusing on one target language and following it through graduation, would prefer to explore multiple languages throughout their schooling experience and are aiming for a traditional diploma. These students have the opportunity to flexibly move in or out of the seal of biliteracy and/or international diploma pathway each year as they grow and learn what areas of curriculum and electives are most exciting to them, or perhaps explore other seals and specialized programs. Students who are not yet able to fully participate in courses in English will have access to sheltered instruction core courses as they transition into courses in English with ESL supports. And finally, every student will have the opportunity to engage in fully integrated unified arts, electives, and extracurricular activities, from courses like computer awareness and guitar to drama and band, soccer to cross country. We are excited to see our students excel and lead both inside and outside of the classroom. Key to developing world-class curriculum for this new world-class approach is the ability for Heritage Spanish, Heritage English, and Heritage French speakers to be able to learn from each other as target language peers throughout the school day. To these ends, we are excited to offer language arts, math, science, and electives in English while offering social studies in Spanish, French, and English for both target and heritage speakers. As we prioritize multilingual staff across our programming, we have flexibility in offering sections of each content in multiple languages to meet our students' needs, a truly student-centered scheduling model. Through these offerings, we commit to a minimum of 40% of the day taught in a target language, with the opportunity for even greater target language exposure. We are also very excited to share the range of supports we have for all learners, from interventions to extensions and enrichment opportunities, as each of our students participate in individualized networks of academic and/or behavioral supports focused on their development in a global community. We recognize that our students are coming to us with a wide range of needs and goals, from mental health services to support students who have had a large number of adverse childhood experiences, to students who are exploring ways to use their multilingualism in a larger community. We have already begun conversations with multiple area organizations who are eager to support our learners with achieving their individualized goals and supporting their pathways as they progress towards graduation. Whether the supports are individual language or SEL based to engaging and sharing language across the world, we are growing our language community partnerships. As our steering committee continues to use data to guide our needs assessment, we will continue to update our partnerships to further intervention and extension networks.
Although the majority of this presentation today has focused on the New World Language Middle School, our Pathway team has begun the work of looking at our programming and structures to ensure a continuation and expansion of multilingual opportunities through graduation. As we begin this work, with our district goals as a focus, we turn our attention to how students matriculate through our pre-K-12 pathway in grades 9 through 12. We anticipate robust enrollment from the World Language Middle School, with additional spaces being made available through the demonstration of additional language mastery via the Apple Assessment and CCS Lottery. We are also eager to continue to support our newcomer EL learners through our Tier 2 Sheltered Instruction program. As the pathway gains momentum and we shift our lens towards global opportunities, we will continue to serve and support our currently enrolled students through the 2024-2025 school year. Students who are lottering into Columbus International can test into and through entry-level foreign language credit, opening up opportunities for advanced language coursework, AP coursework, and college credit coursework in earlier grade levels. Through partnerships with Ohio State and Columbus State, these students can continue along their chosen pathway and take college credit courses while still in high school, demonstrating increasing levels of language mastery in a variety of languages, from the more common Spanish and French to the less commonly taught like Russian, Chinese, and Arabic. We're also exploring opportunities for students to use their language skills in the greater Columbus community through internships and volunteer opportunities, working alongside both existing partners like the Asia Society, our membership in the International Study Schools Network, and the Columbus Council of World Affairs, while still offering additional SEL support for our students participating in our sheltered instruction program as they integrate into the larger school community. We look forward to working alongside our parents and community to explore opportunities for foreign exchange programs and even international travel.
The World Language Middle School model presents a transformational shift in the existing ESL tiers of support at the middle school level. This research-based seamless integration model exemplifies the vision of the ESL department and supports the positioning of Columbus City Schools as a world-class model of public education. The vision of the ESL department has been to support students in the closing of any language, literacy, and/or educational gaps to be fully prepared to participate in the educational opportunities in their communities, both while in school and beyond. To achieve this vision, the ESL department has multiple tiers of programmatic supports for our students and families as they navigate Columbus community from kindergarten through graduation. Our most common tier is for EL students who enter Columbus schools in kindergarten and matriculate through ESL programming in a pull-out model until they are able to fully participate in all educational opportunities without language support. Our second tier is for our learners for whom Columbus is their first formal schooling experience in the United States. For these students, we offer more intensive supports to facilitate both language development along with school readiness skills. These students are enrolled in our middle school and high school shelter site programs. For our students who need the most intensive Tier 3 supports in the upper grade levels, we offer Columbus Global Academy, which also features a specialized reading intervention center. While grades 9 and 10 will remain co-located in a separate programming model in the Columbus North International School, receiving these Tier 3 interventions, the new seamless integration middle school model with approximately 128 students in grades 6 through 8 will now be fully integrated and unified as one school in the World Language Middle School. As the middle school students are seamlessly integrated at the new World Language Middle School, Columbus Global Academy will remain our most intensive support site for our newcomer students who are enrolled in 9th grade. 9th grade learners comprise our largest secondary enrollment grade, as EL students who arrive in the U.S. without formal transcripts or formal schooling are enrolled in grade 9 to provide the most time to earn needed credits for graduation. We have 2 pathways of support available to these learners. Our first pathway helps students remain in the language pathway as they develop language and literacy skills. Within 2 years, students who are demonstrating accelerating language and literacy skills can be placed into CNIS through their sheltered instruction unit. Once enrolled at CNIS, as language and literacy skills continue to develop, students will take increasingly mainstream coursework, continuing to earn high school credits toward graduation. Our second pathway is for learners who, after a maximum of 2 years at Columbus Global Academy, have the opportunity to return to a home school with either an ESL Tier 2 sheltered instruction unit or an ESL Tier 1 pullout unit as determined by student needs and wants. As students in grades 6 through 8 shift into the new middle school, adjustments will be made to accommodate EL learners around the district. Currently, Columbus Global Academy has 32 teachers and 13 instructional assistants servicing approximately 375 students. Next year, as grades 6, 7, and 8 are integrated into World Language Middle School, 6 certificated FTE and 3 classified FTE will be redistributed to support approximately 128 students who will be joining the new school. The tiered intervention of supports will remain in place for these students. From their ability to seamlessly integrate into core content provided in English or a heritage language of Spanish or French, to the readiness supports offered by the many community partners eager to support newcomers. As these 6 FTE shift from CGA to WLMS, due to the dual language instructors at WLMS, students who previously would have been serviced in a sheltered instruction model will now benefit from an opportunity to receive instruction in a home language. This will allow us to use FTE more strategically, as educators will serve both newcomers and heritage English speakers concurrently. This will allow newly opened up certificated and classified FTE to shift needed support to other sheltered instruction and pull-out sites around the district, offering an opportunity to look at our most recent data and ensure an equity of services across the multiple regions of Columbus City Schools.
We appreciate your willingness to share your time today and look forward to responding to any questions you may have about the movement.
Excellent. Dr. Dixon, did you want to do questions right now on this one? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, perfect. First of all, thank you, team. That was a lot of hard work, and I'm excited. That looks pretty amazing. And so I do know that there are some board members that have questions, and the first will go to Vice President Reyes, and then I saw Eric, Board Member Brown's hand. And if you have questions, please start putting in the chat so I can create my list. So Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, President Adair. Thank you to all who presented. I'm extremely excited. This has been a few years coming. So I have a couple questions. I'm hoping that they'll be brief. I will also start with yay, sports. As many of you have been around, one of the biggest questions from our students and our parents was that would they have the opportunity to participate in sports? So very excited to see that in your slides. And I'm sure that our students and our parents are going to be absolutely excited. I know that in order to provide additional time to make the transition or in the new middle school, we left some of our students in their current environments. What are we doing because I've talked to one student that is going to be transitioning and he's a little scared. What are we doing to help make that transition a little bit better? He's a little afraid that he knows all his school. He's been going through to his school. He's now a 6th grader. He's been there since pre-K. And now he's going to a completely brand new environment where he's not going to have all his friends transitioning with him.
So one of the things that we've been doing is holding monthly parent meetings, and we've been making sure that that's out through Class Dojo, Infinite Campus, and I'm also making personal calls home so they know at least my voice. Unfortunately, they can't see my face, but I was at CSIA and Equal Kenwood to help with distribution as well as CGA, because it's important to put a face to a name. We all know that, right? So one of my main goals is to make sure they know the principal before they come to the movement.
Perfect. So one of the things that I have seen from our language schools is an increase or a very good mentoring and tutoring program where we've taken some of our high school students to go down and mentor or tutor some of our younger students. Is that something, I didn't see it on your slides, is that something that you'll be thinking about adding to your, I guess, box of information and programs?
Absolutely. So that is added. We do have a partnership spreadsheet that we have available upon request. And we have been doing a lot of partnerships. A lot of people are excited to expand this movement, and they are joining the movement with us. So we talk to them monthly so that they know that we're still coming, even though that the pandemic has put a pause on some things. Just know that we are still here. We are still coming. And I visit the building weekly just to see the progress of the building so that I could share those photos on Facebook with our families as well.
Perfect. So you mentioned partnerships, Directora Santos.
¡Qué bueno!
Vámonos. So how do nonprofit organizations, so you talked a little bit about, I saw a couple of organizations, how do nonprofit organizations that specifically may help from a language perspective and maybe a cultural perspective, how do they volunteer, or how do they become one of those organizations that you mentioned?
Very simple, Senora Reyes. If you just want to give them my contact information, I will reach out to them probably during the break, because at this point, this movement does not give me a break, and that is fine because we are rolling. So if you would like to give them my information, I'll reach out to them, and I'll make sure that our subcommittee for our partnerships reaches out to them and they become a part of our list.
Perfect. And you mentioned in your presentation that you have a lot of language learners, so people that are French, primary Spanish, and that they have an opportunity to learn many of the curriculum in their core language. How does that transfer to testing? So, I have worked with many first ESL students or even adults, and we'll offer a course in a particular language that's not English. And then, but when it comes to the testing, they have to then do it in English, and the transition is somewhat difficult. And how would we, and you can say that you're working on it, but have we talked about how we would address if they choose to kind of study in their core language?
Oh yeah, so the content areas that are tested are offered in English so that we can make that transition easier. Testing can be difficult for many students. So we are trying to make that transition as smooth as possible and seamless as possible. So that is why we pick social studies as the target language content area, so that our students aren't stressed out. They're already stressed out enough. And when they're coming to me, I have to deal with some of the adverse childhood experiences that they had during this pandemic. And that was not one that we were willing to give them. Perfect.
When I think you talked a little bit at the very end, or someone talked to, I think it's Mr. Saint, talked about the possibilities of international learning. I know in the past we had our international travel abroad. What does study abroad look like in a virtual environment for our students?
So I'm so happy you asked that. So we have, we are setting up some virtual Zoom rooms. So we want to have sister schools. We do have a sister school in Louisiana that we reached out to that has Spanish and French. We're working on sister schools in Spain as well as in France. so that our students could have that opportunity, because Zoom has opened up so many more things that we could do for our students, and they don't have to leave home, and it's not going to be expensive, right? So that is one of the big things that we're going to do in our media center, and I would be happy when that is all up and running and you come and visit.
Wonderful, because we used to have very fun fundraisers to help our students pay for their study abroad. So really excited. When we're talking about the middle school, what are we looking at for max capacity for students?
Max capacity is 560. So that's max capacity is 560.
And we're about halfway there?
We should be at 420.
Ooh. Yeah, we figured it was going to be very popular. And for now, my last question is, are we having difficulty recruiting teachers or staff that are bilingual?
We are starting that process very, very soon. So I will be happy to gather that information to you.
Perfect. I just want to make a little pitch. So
I appreciate
out there, that are looking to have a wonderful career change in a wonderful new environment at our middle school. Please, I'm sure, contact Cristobal Santos, but if not, call the district. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Nada. Thank you, Vice President Reyes. We are now over to Board Member Brown.
Thank you. And to all of you who have worked on this, I too am very excited. When this idea first arose in conversations, it was an exciting and wonderful idea. And now that you have done the work to create this new school and new program, and it's great. So I wanted to thank you for that, and I really look forward to the time that this is up and operating and that students are engaged, to be able to see for myself what this all looks like. But, you've done a wonderful job, and just looking forward to the next touch point and then more beyond. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Now to Dr. Pierce.
So as I think about how we started this meeting, and the need to create equitable education that really acknowledges and appreciates all the cultures of our students, my question relates to what some may consider our untraditional languages, our languages that were not highlighted in this presentation. Swahili, Arabic, Hausa, Yoruba. What are our plans to integrate the languages of not just our students that are coming from African cultures, but also our Bhutanese and Nepali students? Those heritage languages are important to how they scaffold their learning. So my first question relates to, how are we going to be intentional about reaching out to those families to let them know these options for retaining and using their heritage language? The second question is then, how do we incorporate intentional curriculum design? So now that we have the creation and development of this language middle school, how are we going to begin to let our social studies teachers at the middle school and high school level co-design and co-create social studies and math lessons and science lessons that acknowledge the great contribution that individuals from cultures outside of our Western culture that have contributed to the knowledge base that we use today to advance?
So let me first say, but we offered you guys a FAQ sheet, and there is a Swahili student D scheduling there so that you could see what we are trying to do. We definitely want to get staff, a multilingual staff, so that our kids, regardless of heritage language, where they come from, they see people like them in those positions, in the teaching position, in the principal position. As a Puerto Rican woman, I'm very excited to be in this role and making sure that even the little Puerto Rican girl that didn't think she could do it she could relate to me. So making sure that we're intentional with letting our teachers be creative. So I think that's one of the things that needs to be said. That's my mission, that's my vision. This is going to be a national model, and we have to be ready for it. So the way I'm going to be ready for that is letting my teachers be creative. And so I might not understand completely, but I definitely have to support. And the Arabic and the Swahili and the Nepali. So I'm working with an organization. Their name is Chris, and I talk to him monthly to make sure that he knows that we're coming. And his name, he's the director, and he is fantastic. And he has given me a lot of insight on what I need to do and how I need to make sure that I'm culturally competent. So making sure that I'm respecting everyone that comes in my building and knowing that when a handshake is appropriate and when a handshake is not appropriate. And that's also my job to make sure that my staff is ready for that movement as well. And it's not that they're being rude or malice. We have to understand, if this is going to be a true multilingual, multicultural environment, equity has to be at the forefront of this. So if I don't know, obviously I don't know Swahili and Somali, but I know that there's amazing people and amazing staff in CCS community that do know that. And I have to make sure that my pitch is right and ready, and my vision is ready so that they could come follow me, so that we can make this a national model like we know that this could be.
And then just to that second question, how do you then intend to spread this model throughout our district? Again, when we talk about those rich contributions that, our ancestors, the shoulders on which I stand contributed to math. And when you talk about Timbuktu and the great African civilizations and cultures through which we come from, how can you partner with our existing schools to disrupt and redesign our social studies curriculums?
And I think that
our math curriculums, like, do you?
And that's one thing as a leader that I have to promote that with my staff. They have to feel comfortable. They have to feel comfortable to get out of the box and know that I support them for it to happen. So that's a conversation that needs to be in the interview process. How are you going to make this equitable? How are you going to make this relatable? Right? How are you going to make this relatable? As a Puerto Rican student, I went to Lorraine Southview High School. It was 50-50. We watched Selena all the time. We were very excited about that, right? So they made sure that there was a lot of Hispanic things in that culture to make it just a grand. I loved going to high school. It was one of my best times. And then I ended up going to a college that wasn't as diverse. And I was like, what is going on here? So I want to make sure that our multilingual learners are ready for anything that comes in front of them. I want them to remember my name. I want them to remember my staff's name, because this means everything to me. So Dr. Pierce, I would love to, whatever other questions you have, I would love to answer them, and I would love to collaborate, because at this moment, this movement is for all of us and for all of our families.
I thank you for your responses. I'm super excited to see our middle school take off, but I'm more excited about how this movement will filter throughout all of our schools, how it will lead to more equitable and really curriculums that value and appreciate the rich diversity of all of our students, and move us forward to being a district where everyone has a space and where everyone belongs. So thank you.
And one more thing is I'm also looking all the way down to the library books to make sure that we have Hispanic, Nepali, Somali, Arabic. I just want them to see people that look like them everywhere they go. So we are working on that as well.
And awesome authors too, that I just think we need to make sure that we have more copies of those texts in all of our school and building libraries that our students should be reading.
Agreed.
That's awesome. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce.
Thank you both. I wanted to just touch on something you said, Principal Santos, and that's this idea about cultural competency. That is so critical, and thank you for saying that. And the way that you are approaching it is actually using cultural humility, right? Saying you yourself said, I don't understand the culture, and so I'm going to seek help. I am humble enough to do so, and that is my leadership, and that is excellent. And what we're getting to then is this idea of using culture and doing it in a way that makes us stronger. And that's cultural responsiveness. So we are using individual culture, valuing that, building a space and creating where, you know, culture is the key, and valuing everyone's culture. And so I get really excited as a D&I professional to hear you talk, because it's all there and the vision is there. And this is what's going to help us, not only these students, but like Dr. Pierce said, propel the district and really start to think through, especially when we talk about issues of global empathy, right? In our portrait vision, it's all here. And so this excites me. So congratulations.
Thank
Were there
you.
any other questions from board members? Board Member Cole?
Thank you, Madam President. Buenas noches, Señora Santos.
Buenas noches.
Yeah. Huepa Boricua.
Huepa, gracias. Boricua también. No, Boricua,
I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing. But to my board colleague, Dr. Pierce's question, particularly around the African lingua franca, if I can recall correctly, Fulani, during the time that Mr. Lee was principal at CNIS, was being provided for our students. So that was a very recent inclusion. I'm not sure if it's still there or not, but that school was well on track to becoming a place where African dialects were being offered as well. So I hope that we keep on that path. And again, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you who've been involved in this whole piece. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, turn it back to you, Dr. Dixon.
Okay. Thank you, Board President Adair. At this time, I would like to update the board and the community on 5 items. One, I would like to share some student data about how our students are doing now and have been during the first quarter. The academic challenges that we're facing, their students are facing. The student supports, the supports that we're providing for our students, the district partnerships, and finally, an update on our blended learning plan. And I've asked several of my colleagues who are going to join me tonight in this presentation. And so I asked the board members to please start writing your questions and hold your questions to the end of the presentation, please. It's now been 9 months since schools closed our doors to in-person learning last March. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a tremendous challenge for our school community in many ways. Our schools were put in an unimaginable position of having to close its doors suddenly and transition to remote learning. There have been many changes and transitions that have occurred during this pandemic. As one of my colleagues reminded me, the virus prevails and we must think big picture. We must think of all the students who are impacted by this in various ways, academically, socially, emotionally, behaviorally. There is now more than ever a shared understanding of the larger equity issue for our students in Columbus City Schools. From the digital divide, the lack of access to quality health, to the scarcity of quality housing, and the food deserts that exist in various parts of this community. We also understand the digital divide that exists in Columbus City Schools and the impact that divide has on learning and the grades that our students are receiving. All students need a fair chance to access curriculum and meet core standards. We understand that the balance of this can be challenging for students, and it may be reflected in their academic outcomes. Internet service across the district at times has been spotty for many students, and students are unable to access synchronous video lessons, and at times even Google Classroom from their home. The district provides hotspots and computers that enable all students to participate as fully as possible. I want to remind our community that last spring, community partners assisted us with providing internet hotspots for families. And this fall, the City of Columbus provided $7 million to purchase additional Chromebooks. And they utilized their CARES dollars for that. We will continue to provide parents free internet hotspots throughout the school year so that our students can continue to learn synchronously. Tonight, we will start with an overview of district enrollment and attendance data. At the beginning of the school year, our preliminary numbers were trending downward. Columbus City Schools and other districts across the United States were seeing this trend, as well as declining numbers in pre-K and kindergarten enrollment. Since the beginning of this school year, overall student numbers for Columbus City Schools have decreased. And with that decrease, the number of students who have been chronically absent from school is a concern because this number has increased. Dr. Michelle Klein, Chief of Accountability, will review our current district data. And as a reminder, for the 2019-20 school year, we began a regional approach to this work. So the data that she would share would be shared from the entire district perspective and also by region. At this time, Dr. Michelle Klein, Chief of Accountability. Dr. Klein.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Dixon. Our student district enrollment is currently at 46,343 students. If we look at the same time frame last year, we had 48,940 students enrolled. That is a decrease of 2,597 students, or a 5.3% decline. Enrollments are dropping in public schools around the country. Orange County, Florida has 8,000 unable to locate students. Miami-Dade County Public Schools has 16,000 fewer students than last year. Los Angeles Unified, the nation's second largest school system in the country, is down 11,000 students. Charlotte-Mecklenburg in North Carolina has 5,000 disengaged students. The issue of dropping enrollments is a problem throughout our country. In addition, Columbus City Schools has had 847 homeschool applications verified of students who live within Columbus City school attendance areas last school year. Already this year, we have verified 1,262 applications for the 2020-2021 school year, with 58 still pending verification. This is a 49% increase. Our Ohio 8 colleagues confirmed that their enrollments are also down overall between 3 and 6%. You may ask, how many students have been withdrawn since last school year? There have been 6,957 withdrawals during the 2020-2021 school year. Please note our highest numbers of withdrawals in the 2020-2021 school year of 662 in kindergarten, 790 in first grade, 750 in sixth grade, and 704 in ninth grade. These are mostly our transition years between grade bands and schools. This next slide is a look at our enrollment by region, both from a number perspective as well as disaggregated student groups by race, gender, and exceptional needs. You may notice that Region 5 is quite a bit higher than other regions in enrollment. That is partly due to the Columbus City School Digital Academy having 2,598 students. So you might ask, where do our students live? This is a heat map which shows you where our students live by region. The darker the color, the more populated the area. The purple, or Region 1, is the hilltop area between West High School and Briggs High School, Wedgewood Middle School in the bottoms near Starling K-8. The maroon, Region 2, is Leawood and eastern East Haven area, Walnut Ridge, Independence, and Yorktown areas. That green area is Region 3, German Village area in downtown, while the yellow area is very, very interesting. This is very notable because of the lack of density of this area. Most of that area is Ohio State University and the fairgrounds, which consume so much of the area, but with very few CCS students. The brown area is Region 5 between I-71 and Cleveland Avenue along State Route 161 and along Morse Road. The blue, Region 6, is between I-71 and Cleveland Avenue with the Linden area. So let's talk about attendance for a moment. I love this quote from Hetty Chang. When a kid misses school, our biases can influence how we treat that absence. Do we say, that's a challenge we ought to help find that kid overcome? Or do we say, how come that kid doesn't care about school and blame the family? We really have to shift to a more positive problem-solving approach, according to Hetty Chang, and I just love her outlook. Our daily student attendance absence rates have nearly doubled from an average of 6% nationwide before the pandemic to 10% this fall, according to an online survey of educators from September 30th to October 8th by the Ed Week Research Center. Absence rates are highest at 12% in districts doing full-time remote learning, but the absence rate is 8% even in districts offering full-time in-person instruction. As time has passed since this survey is taken, we are seeing a continued increase in absenteeism. So where is our district attendance and what does it look like? As you can see in the 2017-18, 2018-19, 19-20 school years, they were in the high 80s. Where are we at currently? 72.49%, which rounds to 72.5%. So what does our attendance look like by region? This table actually shares the regional attendance percentages along with disaggregated student groups by race, gender, and exceptional needs. So there are a couple terms that I want to clarify that are really important. No-shows. A no-show is a student who is currently enrolled in Columbus City Schools and is scheduled into courses but has never shown up to school. And the attempts to locate the student by school or district staff have not been successful. When this status has been determined, the student is removed from all academic courses and placed in what we call a no-show blocker for the entire school day. Students in this course must be marked absent each day. If a student shows up to school, then they will be given an academic schedule immediately and their enrollment in the course must be indated. There are two other statuses, each with its own corresponding course that are very similar to no-shows. One is called an unable to locate. This is very similar to a no-show, except this is for students that attended at some point during the year, but stopped attending. A similar status is called a located not attending. This is when students in this status have been located by a school or district official, but are not attending or refusing to come to school. These three status courses are used because it takes students off of the teacher's roster and gives them a more accurate reflection of available seats in the building for other students. It also provides more accurate reporting at the classroom level in terms of grades, such as a list of teachers with a lot of D's and F's because the students have never been there. The second term I'd like to discuss is called disengaged students. This is a virtual learning term that means the student is not actively participating in live instruction, synchronous learning via Google, Zoom, or other platforms, but at some point was active and did attend class. This could also be a student who will not turn on their camera at the teacher request, but completes assignments, or a student that completes assignments but chooses not to participate in the class meetings or online learning sessions when they have the means to do so. There is currently no separate courses or attendance codes for students who are disengaged by their own choice. However, keep in mind, we do have an SICD code, which is the title for Student Internet Connectivity Disruption. This code can and should be used to excuse a student from participation if they cannot access the internet due to a technology disruption. Chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism, as defined by the Every Student Succeeds Act, is missing 10% or more of the school year for any reason. So that is both excused and unexcused. Like, for instance, if you have to go to the doctor. So for one of our students in a traditional setting right now, they would have been included in this 66% chart if they had missed 6.5 school days or more, because we have had 65 school days so far this year. Schools and districts should provide supports to the student and his or her family before the student has missed 10% of the school year. Part of the reason that we see a dip in the 2019-2020 school year, for the better, obviously with only 33% of our students reaching chronic absenteeism, was due to the state mandated closure for COVID-19 last March. The Ohio Department of Education provided guidance that we should report all students due to the sudden onset of COVID as in session during our remote education period from March to June 2020. So what are we doing? There are many initiatives that are being done by our staff, schools, and community partners to encourage increased attendance in our schools and get that engagement up. I wanted to highlight a few of our more unusual outreach strategies here. Success Academies. One school is taking students and their parents and inviting them in individually to the school to assist with logging into the different platforms and helping build a plan for success. This is done with health and safety protocols, of course. Find a friend activity. They try to find a friend that hasn't been engaged in the classroom. Postcards to families, like the one displayed above, which came in multiple languages, and even yard signs are being used by our staff. Our staff will not give up on our students. Now, I'd like to turn this presentation back to Dr. Dixon for a few remarks about our academic challenges. Dr. Dixon?
Thank you, Dr. Klein. Across the United States, public schools are seeing unprecedented learning loss. Large urban districts such as Houston, Fairfax, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and Chicago show an increased number of students earning significant lower grades compared to the first quarter grades of the 2019-20 school year. Our data is no different. And we too agree that not only are we dealing with unprecedented learning loss and course failure, we understand that it would take years to mitigate. Except for the 3 weeks that our CTE students returned last month, our students have not returned to in-person learning since March. Again, that was 9 months ago. There was a recent article in the Washington Post titled "A Lost Generation." And the article highlighted new data on the national, state, and district levels. And they find that our students began this academic year behind. Most of the research concludes students of color and those in high poverty communities fell further behind their peers, exacerbating this long-standing gaps in American schools. So our academic team, led by Dr. Tara Breeden, our Chief Academic Officer, she will share where we are and the next steps that we're taking. At this time, Dr. Breeden.
Good evening. I am anxious to share with you our academic challenges so that we can all work together to resolve these. The first slide, I know you've seen a lot of data tonight, but I think this really helps you look at a broad view of where we are, and it gives you a benchmark against where we were a year ago. If you look at the two pie charts, the first one is the first quarter of 2019. And this is a grade distribution of how many students got A through Fs. I asked Dr. Klein's department to pull this and also pull the first quarter in 2020. So we could see how kids are faring as far as grades go. Grades are only one indication of learning, but it does give us a good benchmark to look at. I think if you'll look at the first chart and you'll look at the darker blue, you will see that last year, approximately a third of our students earned A's in the first quarter. This year, in the first quarter in 2020, we have seen a decrease to only 25% of our students earning A's. The orange area represents our B's. Last year, we were at 21% of our students earned B's. This year, it has dropped significantly to 14%. The gray area of the pie shows C's, and that has gone from 16.5% down to 11%. For some reason, D's have remained relatively constant from 11%, now at 10%. And you can see why we are very concerned about our students when you look at the lighter blue color. Last year, our F's were 16%. This year, that has gone up over 100%, and we are now at 36% of our students are earning F's. Anytime you see data like this, you have to realize there are probably numerous reasons for this. So we'll need numerous approaches to resolve this problem. We do not want students to fail their courses. This grade distribution represents any high school course taken from 6th graders to 12th graders. All right, let's look at the next slide, and I'll begin to talk about some of the things we are doing and we are going to be doing to resolve this. As I thought about bringing you interventions for grade and grading, I thought I can't do that without talking about teaching and learning. One of the most direct interventions that we have made to help our students who have earned F's or other grades that they're not satisfied with is we wrote and distributed to our schools, and we're implementing what we call an opportunity to improve your final quarter grade. You may have heard some things about this. I'll briefly touch on some of the key components. Any student has the opportunity to try to raise their grade, whether they have a B or whether they have an F. Students who had failing grades were our key target, because if they failed first quarter, it is highly likely they'll fail second quarter and not earn the credit. Teachers who have students that have earned an F or received an F are required to reach out at least 3 times to try to contact that student to write what we're calling is a student progress plan. This is an agreement between the teacher, the student, and we hope to have families also working with the students on this, to look over why the grade was an F, what could we do to raise the grade, when are these assignments due, and what will happen at that point. So let's say a student meets with their teacher. They were missing 5 assignments, and the teacher says, I think if you did these 3 really critical assignments, that would give you a percentage that would raise your grade. We will change that following our procedures. You have to be very careful when you're changing grades. And so I worked with Dr. Klein. We have an approved process that was already in place that has met a very high standard for transparency and accuracy. And so the teacher, if the work comes in, changes the grade to what the student has earned. So that's one of our key strategies. Another strategy that we are doing is we're reaching out through a survey. We have been told of teachers who are just doing remarkable and their students are faring well. We have surveyed them to learn about their best practices so that we can share that with other students and other teachers and other classrooms in our division. We're not just helping students who are in our traditional schools, we're also working very closely with our Digital Academy students. One thing that we did with the Digital Academy is we bought 2 different vendor online packages. And what we're doing to work with the pacing, which has caused some of our students to stumble, and some of the workload, is an instructional specialist is working with our lead teachers to customize those things. So they're more what we think in Columbus City Schools we need for our digital students. We're also setting up a digital library for our digital academy so that they can have resources right there in order to complete their assignments. The next list is 5 things on the next slide that I'm going to go in just a little bit of more detail to talk to you about these interventions. If we go to the next slide, you'll see one of the finest documents that I have seen. I've been in curriculum for over 40 years, and I have to tell you, hats off to the Columbus team who developed this. This book really spells out what high quality curriculum and instruction, professional development, intervention, and many, many more things for our teachers to really make sure we have fidelity of high core instruction in our division. While I would love to talk about this, I don't think that's our purpose here tonight. But if you'll notice the red arrow, I know this slide is very small, but I'm really just trying to get to one key point. When our staff, and that involved many, many stakeholders in our division, wrote this book, they not only talked about high quality instruction in the face-to-face setting, but the red arrow points to what we should also be doing in the virtual setting. This document is in place. It is in our schools. Our principals and teachers have been introduced to this and are beginning to use it. This sets a benchmark for high quality instruction. No matter where we are, we know what we need to be doing to really have quality instruction. We believe with quality instruction, we will improve student learning, which will improve student grades. On the next slide, you will see what I call good old common sense. You have heard as the national standards have rolled out in all of our departments of ed that there's so many. How can teachers possibly cover all of these standards? Well, they can't hardly do it in a regular year, let alone a year like 2020. So in each of our curricular areas, we have followed the pattern that you see on this slide. We have identified which concepts and standards are priority 1. Teachers, focus here. It's overwhelming to the students. It's overwhelming to us to try to do everything. Let's do a few essential things well. Also, priority 2, we would like you to get to if you could, and those are important things. Priority 3 are things you should be familiar with if you have the time. And then I think one of the most important things in this common sense approach to priorities is these are non-priorities right now. We've got so many things going on with our students' social and emotional health. We have students that are really struggling with all the changes. Right now, we'll put those to the side. So in each curriculum area, these have already been identified for our teachers, so we can really zero in on what's important. On the next slide, this area is, in your area quite a bit at this time, is grading policy. I have always told people, policy is your friend because it really gives you guidance when you need it to make fair, equitable decisions. As we went to the grading policy during this pandemic, we found that it lacked some things that we needed. And so the superintendent has asked us to set up an advisory group for her to look at this grading policy and grading policies across the nation that serve as exemplars or maybe not exemplars, and for us to shore up our grading policy. We plan to bring that to the Board of Education Policy Group in February. So this is fast, but we feel like we need to get it in place. Some districts have already done that. I think with our guidance on grades, we're okay till we can get this done in February. We have teachers, principals, guidance counselors, students, parents, and higher education people on this committee. And we're looking forward to the good conversations and the wonderful work that will come out of this group for Dr. Dixon to make some decisions on what to bring forward to you all in the policy meeting. Next is Professional development, I always say, is the seed to learning. You must grow your professional staff. We've done a lot of professional development before school started and also a little while back in the fall. But these are short videos on topics that our teachers need to know just when they need to know them. This particular one is a little bit longer than some of the others. It's 13 minutes. I think of this as YouTube. If I need to learn something, I'll watch a YouTube video and then I'll be able to move forward. And I know as teachers are isolated in their homes, they need this support. So hats off to our team that have created these wonderful short videos that continue to grow our teachers even during this difficult time. The next thing that we have done is don't forget about the students that need our additional student services support. This is just a picture of an intranet site that our student support services group have created for teachers to refer to common topics and needs. It has virtual learning ideas. It also makes sure that we are following compliance. We have not had any leeway in not being compliant during this time, no matter how difficult that may be. And also we're thinking about our teachers' emotional health. There is a section on here for self-care and other things that teachers may need. So these are the steps we're taking as we address our academic challenges generally. But on the next slide, there's a group that we're particularly very, very concerned about, and that is our seniors. I don't think they'll ever forget that they were the graduating class of 2021 during a worldwide pandemic. But the first thing I want to assure the board is that our teachers, our counselors, and our principals have made this a #1 priority. They are doing all the things that they can do and normally do to help students graduate, and then even going beyond that. I want to thank you for the second bullet because you waived certain graduation requirements at our last meeting. That was sort of a way that you did your common sense priority thing that we did with the curriculum. You're saying those things are important, but not right now. We're going to waive the internship and the technology class just for this year. As several people have mentioned, bringing back our CTE students, many of those students are juniors or seniors. While we didn't get to stay in school as long as we wanted, they met their teacher face to face. They met people in their class. They were able to touch the equipment. They were able to have some 3 weeks of, on-site learning, which we feel is invaluable. We also went ahead with the fall end of course testing. The students that take the end of course testing in the fall are usually 2 main groups. The first one are students that were on block schedules. Their learning is their classwork has just been finished. They need to take the test before they lose any of that. It would be a long time till the spring if you'd finished a course at this time of the year. The second group is the high risk group. It is the people that are taking this test again. These students are at high risk for failure. They're prepared to take it now. And then if things didn't work out for them, they could still study and try to prepare and take that again in the spring. So we didn't want to miss that opportunity. Later in the presentation, you'll hear about all the community partnerships and the work we're doing there. Not only are we working on this internally, but we're also leveraging our community and our strong partnerships. Both my staff and I am also certain that Dr. Klein's staff have been working closely with the ODE to make sure that we understand what they're doing and also advocating for what we think we need. And then we're working with the College Board, looking at what they're asking us to do around curriculum because of the situation that we find ourselves. So these are all things that we're working very, very hard on every day, all day long, to meet the challenges. And we appreciate your support and the things that you've done to help us accomplish these things.
Thank you, Dr. Breeden. We recognize the social emotional well-being of our students and staff during these challenging times is critical. The district has made available resources and referrals to address mental health, behavior, and emotional needs of students and our faculty. These supports are also provided to our homeless and foster care students. They are given the same consideration as any other CCS students. All have individual Chromebook access to outreach by social workers and counselors who assist students and families in need to ensure that they are receiving equitable resources and access. Understandably, this is a difficult time for our students and all our parents. Our school counselors, psychologists, and social workers are assisting students. To provide an update on our social emotional learning services and programs provided this year, Cheryl Ward, Director of Social Emotional and Student Supports, will provide an update, followed by Wanda Naverni, Chief of Information and Technology, who will share the various student technical supports that we are providing. And last, Joe Brown, Director of Food Services, will share how we provided meals and the strategy to provide meals over the holiday break. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. As a district, we recognize the responsibility to understand and support our students' social, emotional, and behavioral needs. Our school social workers, our school counselors, climate and culture, and district PBIS coordinators are among many staff who diligently work to provide tiered supports and services to meet these needs. Our support staff continue to partner with our mental health agencies to make referrals and linkages and collaborate with our many community partners to address and remove barriers. Our school social workers and our school counselors work daily with students through classroom lessons, small groups, and individual check-ins. They address topics that are related to our 5 CASEL competencies around self-awareness and social awareness and self-regulation and self-management. We work with our young people around grief groups, and we recognize that there are situations that our young people are dealing with. And even though we're virtual, and even though we're remote, we've got a group of excellent staff who are working to make the connections daily to make sure that our young people are not falling behind, and where we see those gaps, working collectively to support that. We also recognize that even during this time, we've got a responsibility to help them be organized and to also continue to look at college awareness and opportunity for them. As we continue to provide support, we also take a look at our middle school grades. How are we preparing our middle school students? How are we taking a look at supporting our kindergartners through transition support groups? Our monthly connections with our parents, creating lunch bunch, and our support staff have done this across many buildings, and it's taking that lunch time to connect. Some of it is games, some of it is activity, some of these are themed topics, some of them are social emotional topics, to walk them through. I had the opportunity and the privilege to watch one through an observation, and it was a group of young people being young people. They talked about some heavy things, and then they laughed, and then they joked, and then they had other conversations. We also recognize that we sit in this place that COVID has affected some of our young people. So we have our support staff who are having intentional conversations about what that looks like and how to support, and recognizing that our COVID situation touches our families and our students and their relatives in different ways. As we continue to do our check-ins and have support, we also recognize and we appreciate the tireless effort of our buildings and their PBIS supports that they're given, and the work that they do to creatively connect and maintain connections with their young people. These are done through parent meetings and check-ins. They partner with agencies to provide supports around food and clothing and hygiene. They create Spirit Week activities to help our young people have some fun and some excitement and some things that they can still connect and call their own as a building. There are morning announcements There are morning check-ins and morning circles, and the circles is a reflection of the restorative practices work that we started of how to create community, even in a virtual setting. And yes, we even have some of our staff who engage in TikTok videos that bring a little humor as well as giving information. We have staff that are creating trivia so that students know their teachers and understand them and are creating acknowledgement systems. And so we recognize that student wellness is a responsibility for all of us. And we continue to work collectively to assist and support our students and our families in a time that is essential. But that we're here, we're going to continue to be here, we're going to continue to reach out, we're going to continue to do the work that we need to do so that every young person in Columbus City Schools and every parent recognizes and knows that we show up every day to do the best we can. And so with that, Dr. Dixon, I yield the conversation to our Chief of Technology.
Thank you, Mrs. Ward. Good evening, esteemed board members, my colleagues, and CCS family. Hope this day has been going well for you, and I want to wish you a happy holidays ahead. Dr. Dixon talked about the digital divide, right? In my mind, there are three basic tenets to overcome digital divide. They're educate, advocate, and innovate. For educate, Dr. Breeden walked you through some of our academic challenges, and she mentioned the MTSs and how we have incorporated virtual learning into it. For advocate, Mrs. Ward walked us through, what they're doing from social emotional supports to our students and special education support to our students. I get to come in and tell you about how we innovated in technology to provide you the supports so remote learning can be successful for your students. We took what Dr. Breeden's group put together in the MTSs, identified the virtual learning needs, the teaching platforms, and we incorporated all that into technical specifications and decided the Chromebooks met all of those specifications and can be used to impart successful training. CCS has loaned more than 38,500 Chromebooks since March. This is reaching over 82% of our students. And as any student gets enrolled into our schools, they come over and immediately are given a Chromebook to use in their school. And there are families that have chosen not to come and get our Chromebooks. But if there's any family that needs a Chromebook, please contact your school principal and we'll make sure you have access to a device for your students' learning needs. So we took care of the students. We need to take care of our staff, our teachers, so that they can teach with quality devices. So we have given over 3,500 laptops to teachers since summer and through the fall, so they can impart quality education to your students. Now you have the devices. How am I going to get connected to all the learning platforms, you ask me? Well, you need internet access. And to provide internet access to families that need them, the district has, at cost to the district, provided 3,400 hotspots. We started with 600 hotspots, and we kept buying more hotspots as our families' needs increase, and we wanted to give it to our students. The hotspots internet access are unlimited data, and they're available one per household. Even if you have multiple students, you can use them because they have unlimited data. We are actively distributing hotspots to every newly enrolled student, and even through the stay-home advisory, we have distributed over 250 additional hotspots. And today on the consent agenda, you will find us asking authority to purchase 500 more because we keep purchasing as the demand comes in, and as more families indicate they need internet access, the district has been providing internet access to them. So we have given you devices, we have given you internet access where needed. Now, how am I going to ensure you have continued support? I'm a parent of a student that is also learning in this remote learning setup. Actually, two students, but one is in college. But and when you think I'm technologically savvy, but sometimes I struggle to get them access to everything they need for their learning to be successful. In terms of, sometimes I don't know what software they're using, and sometimes I cannot even talk to technical support during the day because I'm helping our students. I'm working, I'm a full-time working mom. So we took all these, we heard from you, we took your suggestions, and we have extended support to our families to be able to call and get technology support. Our extended hours are Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Please call the help desk, 614-365-8425, and we have agents available during these hours to help you. Carefully listen to all the choices because our options have changed. And additionally, we are partnering with the Columbus Metropolitan Library to provide digital literacy support. We understand all this is brand new. It's new to us. It's new to, as a parent, I understand how new this is to you. And sometimes you may need that additional bit of support to say, hey, I know how to connect, I know how to do things, but my student is struggling to get to the Zoom lessons and something is dropping off. We are here to help you. And the Columbus Metropolitan Library is also partnering with us to provide some of those services. Additionally, if you call the IT help desk number during those hours, 614-365-8425, they will also help you with homework and reading supports. This is our partners at the Columbus Metropolitan Library. Now we have given the devices, we have addressed the internet access, we have addressed the support. Sometimes your devices may come up for repair. We understand that. We have had students that have left their devices on the toaster that was on and have burnt the motherboard. We have students that were eating breakfast while they were at class and have spilled maple syrup on it. We have students that have spilled water on it. No problem. Bring it to us. We want your learning to continue. We want to support you. Mr. Harvick, when he called us, told about how his daughter had trouble with her Chromebooks, so he was able to give her a personal laptop. Please call us. We can help you with that. Call the principal of your school building. They will get you an appointment. We will replace the device. We will repair it later. We have repaired over 10,000 devices since March. The national average for repair in schools is 10%. We have repaired 25% of the devices we have loaned, and we have successfully redeployed them. Since November 23, since our health advisory went up, we have served 1,250 families amidst the current public health advisory, just so they can get learning can continue. Our students' learning is not impacted, and we can continue. Again, for repairs or replacements, please reach out to your building principal to understand how you can schedule an appointment. Dr. Breeden mentioned the end of course exams. We had hundreds of high school students take the end of course exams, and not every one of them remembered to bring their Chromebook. No problem. We had our labs set up, and they were successfully able to take the exams. We had access points added, so they had uninterrupted internet access for their exams. And we had hundreds of students successfully take exams from November 30 through December 9th. They say the darkest hour of the night is right before dawn. The sun definitely will rise up tomorrow. So will we at CCS rise up for you. I now invite Mr. Joe Brown, our Director of Food Services, to talk about the support from his team.
Me the opportunity to share this evening. Our meal distribution program has continued to improve and evolve since the beginning. I think we can all agree that we are proud of the frontline food service workers that have been there nonstop since March 16th. We are currently distributing meals through 44 meal sites that are strategically located near where our students live. As you can see, we have distributed greater than 2.3 million meals since this all began back in March. Tomorrow, meals will be distributed at all 44 meal sites between 11 and 1 and 5 to 7. On December 23rd and December 30th, we'll shift to our winter break plan where we will distribute meals out of 15 school sites around the city. Starting September 6th, meal service will return to the pre-break plan at all 44 sites. Below, you can see a list of our 15 winter break feeding sites and where members of our community, 18 and under, can get meals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So ensuring that a set of wraparound services were in place for our students and families became a priority for Columbus City Schools. Our schools have become the hub for not only continued medical services that are provided from our partners at Nationwide Children's Hospital, but also for the expanded meal plan, just as highlighted by Joe Brown. I've stated many times before, and I say it again, thank you to the City of Columbus and the overwhelming support of our partners. CCS is partnering with several community organizations on learning extension centers, safe, adult supervised, welcoming spaces where students are supported while learning virtually during the day. Alicia Gillison, Chief of Engagement, will provide more information about LECs as well as other key partnership initiatives. Mrs. Gillison.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. So as we start talking about the partnerships, when you think about ETSS and Dr. Salesi getting the award today, let's dive in a little deeper with how ETSS is working with our new American and immigrant families. First of all, they've been a partner with us since day one. And then when we went, when the governor closed schools down, right, in March, they leaned in even more to help support our new Americans and immigrant families, because the pandemic exacerbated the language barriers. So partnering with ETSS, we have bilingual liaisons and we connect them with our families. That includes direct phone calls and home visits. And when we think about these bilingual liaisons, you're looking at the languages Spanish, Somali, Mai, Arabic, Nepali, Kinyarwanda, and Somali. And it seems that Kinyarwanda, which is our Congolese population, is a very fast growing population in Columbus. So there are common challenges with these families. When you talk about the language barriers, then we talk about parent portal, then we talk about getting information out. And sometimes the families feel disconnected. Well, with our bilingual liaison, they have connected with more than 600 families so far, and they're continuing reaching out to families. They're going and knocking on doors, phone calls, whatever the families are comfortable with. They're there to support the families, to help them connect with their schools so that they can better support their young people. I want to talk a little bit about the Learning Extension Centers. Dr. Dixon kind of prepped that for me, and thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. So our Learning Extension Centers, and we call them LECs. If you hear that terminology out in the community, that's what they are. And they are an outward demonstration of support from our community, including our faith-based organizations, our community organizations, our district partners, all coming together to support our students. Right now, we have about 85 Learning Extension Centers. If you remember, we were over 100, but when the district or when the county went purple, some of our Learning Extension Centers took a pause and wanted to come back when we were red again. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a Learning Extension Center relaunch in January. And so making sure that our students have safe places to go during the day and in the evening. And not only are these safe places for our students to go, these are places that have internet and broadband with the strength to support all of our students and their needs. So whether they are interfacing with their teachers and their classmates, or whether they're working through Digital Academy work, the broadband is strong enough. We have community partners like The Ohio State University, I Know I Can, City Year, Communities in Schools, Impact Community Action, providing resources for the Learning Extension Centers, such as headphones and PPE, tutors, and all of those type things. So pretty excited about it and can't wait till we get to the relaunch effort in January. Last, we want to talk about, we want to go in to talk about our support our seniors. And Dr. Breeden, our Chief Academic Officer, touched on it in the beginning. But when we talk about support our seniors, right? This year is their year. And so we talked about, they've been in school for 13 years, and a lot of them feel abandoned, they feel lonely. There are a lot of things going on with them, but in each school, there are senior support teams, and these teams are wrapping themselves around our seniors. Those teams consist of course, the administrator and your senior counselor, advisor, your family ambassadors, and our partners such as I Know I Can, City Year, Communities in Schools, Impact for Community Action, and Adam H. All working together to make sure our students have the support they need. And our partners are called encouragers because they're reaching out by phone, they're doing Zoom calls, they're meeting kids in the LEC, wherever they can meet up with our young people. That's what they're doing to keep them encouraged, to let them know we're going to get there and we're going to get there together. So for students and families to receive their graduation requirements and, providing direction of the needed credits, credit recovery, we're there for them every step of the way. And I cannot thank our partners enough for the work that they're doing. And I can't thank our teams out in the school buildings, because this is it. And this is what we're here for. Lastly, I want to share an opportunity. Dr. Dixon, our superintendent, did an all call for volunteers, and the all call was for We Care Wednesday. So I just quickly want to tell you how that came about and why it's so important. With this pandemic, everybody that I know have been impacted. Family members have been impacted. When I look at our staff has been impacted. And several times families reached out to teachers and asked teachers, hey, can you help me point me in the right direction for rental assistance? Can you point me in the right direction for utility assistance? And so you take all of that into account and you think about the stress of the pandemic and you think about trying to be very, very intentional. Well, we selected December 16th. It's not a random day. We selected that because soon we will be going on a 2-week winter break. And if our families were reaching out to our teachers, they won't have the teachers to reach out to. And so that winter break can be very lonely, very cold. And when you need the resources, we have partnered with Lutheran Social Services and 211. And so tomorrow, we have dedicated December 16th as our first We Care Wednesday, where we have internal staff members making calls, our community partners making calls, retired teachers coming back making calls. As a matter of fact, yes, our superintendent and board members are going to be on the phone making calls. Our Mayor Ginther, and his teams are making calls. This We Care Wednesday, we need to take care of each other. I opened with talking about the stresses and how we have all been impacted with COVID. And when we say our family, I want to be clear. We're talking about our families, my family, your family, our staff's family, our students' families. The only way we're going to get through this together is if we all take care of each other. And it's about rising up, like Wandana said. So We Care Wednesday is tomorrow. Parents, we're going to be calling you, partnering with 211. Your next question, have you told all of these providers that you're going to be, they're going to be an uptick? Yes. As a matter of fact, they are on board and they are waiting to be there for our community, both internally and externally. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gillison. And finally, we have an update from our blended learning plan. Our students have endured disruptions in their lives and education, and Columbus City Schools remains committed to a safe and responsible learning and work environment for all. We all want all our students to return to in-person learning. And we are working through our logistical challenges to make that happen, but we cannot do so until it's safe. We will continue to follow the guidelines of our Columbus health officials, and we will notify our families on the exact date that we will return when it's safe to do so. To provide an update to our blended learning plan and to provide information about our new CATS partnership is our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. John Stanford.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon, and thank you, everyone. As Superintendent Dixon stated earlier, the administration has been actively engaged in reopening our schools throughout the summer and fall this year. Unfortunately, the pandemic prevented a district-wide reopening of our schools. We, however, did reopen our Career Tech program in late October through late November to offer hands-on learning for their certification requirements. It was absolutely awesome to see our students back at the Fort Hays Career Center and the downtown high school. We also welcome students back to comply with state testing mandates for the third grade test, and most recently, the high school end of course exams, which others have mentioned this evening. As the nation begins a rollout of a COVID-19 vaccine, our operations team has been hard at work to provide technology support for our remote learning program, as Ms. Verdney described, serve meals to our families across the city, which Mr. Brown described, and to make our schools ready for a January restart of our schools. The results of the team's efforts are as follows: a 90-day supply of COVID-19 protective equipment at each school and administrative building across the district, a 90-day supply of COVID-19 protective equipment at the warehouse, sneeze guards and COVID-19 prevention signage installed across the district, COVID-19 cleaning and disinfectant protocols in place that enhance our existing hospital-grade cleaning standards, 90% of the school building work orders completed and all ventilation systems ready for operation. Hundreds of students help with our computer repairs and through our help desk with their questions each day. And last but not least, multiple transportation scenarios created and analyzed in order to meet the COVID-19 social distancing expectations. In addition to the preparation work that we have been engaged in over the last several months, we have also been engaged in planning based on the data. The administration collaborated with the Columbus Education Association to create a meeting every 2 weeks between members of the association and the administration to discuss COVID-19 data. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the data and provide the superintendent with a report of the discussion to use as she makes decisions related to the pandemic. The meetings began early last month and will continue through the end of the school year. The group will use data from Columbus Public Health and the COVID-19 Analytics and Targeted Surveillance System, also known as the CATS system. The CATS program it was initiated by the Ohio State University Center for Health Outcomes and Policy Evaluation Studies. The center is working in collaboration with the ESC of Central Ohio to provide school districts in the region with this tool. The center describes CATS as a syndromic data surveillance system that helps school districts and local public health authorities to work together to make data-informed decisions about learning models and strategies to implement in the effort to prevent or mitigate the spread of the disease. The system can also be used for other diseases such as the flu. The district's launch of CAS is anticipated for later this month. With that, I conclude the presentation on the restart of school, and I will turn the presentation back over to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Dr. Stanford. So finally, to our families and school community, I will continue to communicate with you as appropriate and share updates as they become available. Last month, I joined the Thursday virtual sessions to listen and answer questions around various topics. And beginning the week of January 4th, I will bring a weekly video message to our families of the updates. To this end, I continue to ask for your flexibility, your grace, and patience as we continue through this new period of uncertainty. Medical professionals and scientists are forecasting increased COVID-19 cases in the coming days. Please continue to help stop the spread of COVID-19 and remember to wear your mask. Whether you have been diagnosed with COVID-19, been quarantined due to exposure, or caring for a loved one who've tested positive, please know we will get through this, and we will get through this together so that we can reopen our building for our students. They need us, and we need them in front of us when it is safe to do so. And with that, that concludes the superintendent's report. Board President Adair, and we're ready for questions.
Thank you. Yes, we have questions. The first will go to Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few. I wanted to start at the top of the presentation with the attendance, where it says that the district's overall attendance is 72.5%. I just want to make sure, first of all, that I'm interpreting the information correctly. So we're saying that overall, in terms of student participation, that we have a 72.5% participation rate on a day-to-day basis in our school district. Yes?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And then that means that about 27.5% of our students are qualified as that disengaged, no-show student population. Is that accurate?
Sir, just to clarify, Board Member Cole, a student may be present one day and not present the next. That may be due to illness or just they didn't log on. So that doesn't mean that they're really a disengaged student. We can't clearly define that, because unless you talk to each individual family and each individual student, you wouldn't know that answer.
All right, wonderful, because now that leads to the question about the 66%, and particularly this group of students that might have, even at one point in time, until we figured out what was going on, my own child was encapsulated in that population. He was captured in that group of students who was actually logging on to class every day, every morning, a part of synchronous study, but did not go into the student portal or the parent portal and log on there and show attendance there. How much do you think that 66%, that 66% of students who are chronically absentee, how much do you think that that plays a role in the presence or lack of presence in accounting for students?
Board Member Cole, I would agree with you that it does contain those students, and we need to do everything we can to correct, edit, and maintain appropriate attendance marks. That's one of the reasons that we have opened up the attendance the past 60 days and allow teachers to go in and edit those attendance, especially for asynchronous days. There were some teachers that didn't understand that they had to take attendance for asynchronous days. And so we want to make sure that that attendance is marked appropriately. Please also realize that if a teacher does not want to go back and mark attendance appropriately, which they are required to do now, but in the beginning, they were not deliberately, they did not have to do that, go back and mark it. That a parent, if you know that your child was actually present in that asynchronous or synchronous learning, but just like your child didn't log into the Infinite Campus student portal and the teacher didn't mark them, then you as a parent can email the school, and every school has an email for attendance concerns on their website, thanks to Wanda and his team. And you can email and tell them, and it will be corrected. We have special codes that the state allows us to even use that say like their internet connectivity was disrupted, or maybe their Chromebook was damaged, for a time period until they got it corrected. So we have used every code that we are permitted to use according to the Ohio Department of Education to help our students and their parents.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Klein. With that in mind, how are we maintaining or increasing those efforts on a couple levels? One, internally, ensuring that our teaching staff have all the knowledge capital available to be able to do that, to be able to go back into the system. One, that they're aware of it broadly, and two, that they know exactly how to do that, how to execute on that.
Thank you for that great question, Board Member Cole. I want to assure you that we worked with our CEA partners, and they actually were kind enough even to put it in their CEA voice and send out an email to all of their teachers, as well as all of our principals and teachers got the email and got the information from the CCS account. We not only had written instructions since the beginning of the year, but when Mr. Caniglio informed me that a teacher did not know how to use the PLP log and to do their attendance, we actually made a video just so that the teachers would have, it's less than 3 minutes, so that the teacher, some people just learn better visually than a written instruction. So we've used every means to try to help our teachers and our parents.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. It's super important. Now to the community side, you listed in this presentation listed several different ways. It looked like about 10 different ways in which the community was being engaged, everything from door to door to phone calls to what have you. How are we increasing that effort of awareness on the part of our families and even more specifically, our ESL families?
Thank you for that question, Board Member Cole. When you say, first of all, before any of our families go out, we notify them. We won't just, when they're going knocking on doors, they're not just showing up knocking on doors. There's a conversation that says, are you comfortable with me coming to your house? We need to talk. Or is there somewhere else you'd like to meet, like at Starbucks or something like that? But we are making the phone calls. Our community partners are making the phone calls. Our bilingual liaisons are making calls. They're doing Zoom meetings. What we're finding a lot with our English language learner families, our New American and immigrant and refugee families, is technology is, the way we're using it now is really, it's something new to them, right? The whole Zoom or WebEx and that type of thing. So these liaisons and working with our ESL department, they're actually working and teaching parents how to utilize the technology. So we're making the phone calls, we're doing the voice dialers. For the We Care Wednesday, when Dr. Dixon sent out her letter, and that information went out in all languages. And that letter went out last week to let people know that Wednesday we were going to be calling your homes. And we have volunteers for Ohio Hispanic Coalition. We've got volunteers to speak Portuguese, Mandarin, Fulani, Wolof, Amharic, and we even have volunteers that would have some type of, I don't want to call it a contraption, something on their phone where they can communicate with deaf families. So we are working with all of our families and really, really excited about it. And anyone that hears me, if you want to volunteer, it is not too late to volunteer. Our calls will kick off tomorrow at 4. But what we have learned, back to you, Board Member Cole, is you got to let parents know that you're coming. You got to let parents know that you're calling, and you have to be able to let them know what resources are out there, whether there are internal resources or our external resources.
Thank you, Mrs. Gillison. On the academic challenges side, it looks as if there's over 50% of our students who are A and B students. Has this data been captured in a way that looks at GPA? How did we determine A, B, C, D, E, F? And then how is it that we're seeing such, again, this large group? What do you think of those 2 or 3 attributing factors of such a large population of students with F? And I mean, I immediately look at the data and see 66% chronic absenteeism. I see overall general, 27.5% absentee rate, period. But I just want to hear from you all, again, if you would, just how are we seeing such that big F gap with the district, and still seeing a little over 50% of our students with A's and B's.
What I shared with you tonight is a very simple analysis of just the first quarter from the 2 years. And that's all we know is just how many kids got A's, B's, C's, because we have not taken a deeper dive. We have reviewed some other districts and some procedures that they've used to take a deeper dive. But I wanted to say, when you were talking about attendance, bingo. The attendance, if we were doing a root cause analysis and I was hypothesizing at this point, I would say I'm looking at attendance number 1. We have not done that, but the superintendent and I talked about this the other night, and we're wondering if we might be able to rally some of our partners at higher ed who do research to help us dig a little deeper. Our time is, we feel kind of such a sense of urgency to fix it, but we do need to spend some time trying to look at root causes and understand, are there other strategies that we should be doing that we're not doing? But just to sum it up, my number 1 theory is attendance. If you're not going, and you're not attending and you're not turning in your work, you're going to get an F. The thing that I think will help us is asking the teachers to contact the students 3 times and really get qualitative data from the child is what I'm hoping. A lot of times with these sorts of things, it's got to be a child by child approach. Like you said, you did not realize that your son wasn't checking in with attendance. I bet there are other parents who are also going to be very interested in what the root cause is of why their child is failing. So we don't know much. This was just a simple analysis, but we plan to dig a little deeper.
And so the GPA wasn't accounted for, it was just a tallying of grades.
No, it was a tally.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I certainly offer you to leverage the resources and support of the Council of Great City Schools.
Yes.
One of those places to go to actually look at what COVID's impact is overall on public school districts. I would imagine they're probably doing something like that right now, but I will look into that. I just have a few more, Madam President, and then we'll move on. One is the LECs. I'd recently gotten a call, maybe, 2 months ago, and thank you again, Dr. Breeden. I gotten a call from a LEC in the community about wanting to work with a specific age grade band of students. But I think what ended up happening was that this LEC might have very well been in competition with a very close local LEC that might have better captured that population of students because of the geographic location in proximity to the school. Is there an opportunity for us to advise or give some sort of direction or something to that effect to organizations that want to do the good work of being LECs and providing the resources, but maybe suffering a population, excuse me, how can I move? Let me move to rephrase. Maybe dealing with a lack of student presence at their LEC because maybe they're in competition with somebody closer, if I'm making any sense. Are we helping them to understand how many other LECs are operating in their area? If they decide to step up, are we giving some sort of guidance, recommendations to these organizations that want to do this work, but don't want to be in a position to feel like they're wasting their time because there's so many other operators in the area?
Wow, thank you, Board Member Cole. That is a great question and a response that you would be able to share with the LECs. There is a weekly LEC call at 1 o'clock. And I normally have maybe anywhere between 60 and 70 LECs. It's like our little community. We talk about challenges, they support each other, and marketing your LEC has been one of those challenges. And the best thing to do, we have been fortunate enough to be able to work with our area superintendents. So the LEC, if they could reach out to me, if they're not getting the response, I'll put them in contact with their area superintendents who have been very responsive and very, very supportive. But it's about marketing. I remember early in football season, Dr. Dixon went to a football game and folks from an LEC didn't realize that she was the superintendent and they were out passing out flyers about their LECs. And she was like, oh, tell me more about it, you know. And then someone came over and said, Dr. Dixon, then her cover was blown. But we have marketing strategies. We listen to other LECs, and it's a time for the LECs to share challenges, to share pearls of wisdom and victories. It's like our own little community. Unfortunately, we won't be meeting tomorrow because we're getting geared up, I hate to say it again, for We Care Wednesday. And many of the LECs are joining with making some of those phone calls. But that meeting is Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And they can reach out to me or anyone in the department, and we'll give them the invite to the meeting if they haven't been coming, because we are going to do a relaunch in January. So we like to have all the heads around the table to talk about what that relaunch is going to look like.
Thank you so much again, Mrs. Gillison. I will touch base with you offline.
Okay, thank you.
About the particular LEC to see what that level of engagement is and if, you know, we can be supportive if we haven't already.
All right.
My last question is to the MTSS guide. I know that we some time ago had gotten a hard copy version, and it might have very well been sent to us via email. But if the board could have that document emailed to us, that would be awesome. I'd love to have that. Thank you so much, Madam President. I yield.
Thank you,
Be
Board.
glad to do that.
Thank you, Board Member Cole. We'll move to Board Member Beckerly.
Okay. Regarding the Chromebook distribution, you know, it's an amazing effort, and the ongoing and the refining of it, it's all really wonderful. I'm still a little concerned about the difference between the 82% of our students who've received a Chromebook and not the difference, reconciling the 18%. I'd love to see an effort where we touch base with those who have not gotten Chromebooks and confirm yes, we don't need one, as opposed to they're the most disengaged segment. Like I'm sure there's some amount of that 18% don't need one and they're fine with that. But I think that it might be another way to get at the least engaged among our student population, because there's probably some segment of that 18% that are the kids and the families that are really, really disconnected. And I just think, to me, that's a metric that would allow us to close the loop on engagement to some degree by making a survey to that 18% that says, please confirm that you actually have a device and you don't need it. So maybe we whittle that 18% down to 5% or 2%. And then those 2% would be families we could really target, because we now know for sure, we know for sure now X% has a device, either their own or the ones we provided. And then you're kind of narrowing the gap that way. And I just would really like to see us approach engaging or identifying who to engage that way.
Board Member Becker, sorry to interrupt.
No,
I
please
wanted
do.
to add, we are actually sending a survey out from January 4th through 15th. That is about, our family's engagement during remote learning. And part of the questions we're asking them is about if they have their own device or they still like to get a loan device from the district, so we can gather that data. Depends on the survey respondents. I hope our families will respond to the survey, but we are trying to collect the data actively through multiple means. There's a parent portal where we ask for the data. It's all voluntary data, but we are collecting that data actively. Just wanted to let you know.
I mean, I think that's great and that's important. We know what students haven't gotten them. We know who those 18% are. So we
that don't have a loan device. Yes.
Right. So we can contact those families directly and not wait for them to respond to a survey. That's why I feel like that's an opportunity to really hone in on that.
Thank you.
That group of students. So that's the one thing. On the teacher devices, 3,400 Chromebook laptops is a lot. I mean, given that we have 4,000 students, that's a great thing. I just would like us to, again, take that extra step to close the loop and say to the teachers, how many of you who haven't gotten it still need it? And be able to say, because part of what happens is, if there's some group that's falling through the crack or something, and they're like, well, nobody gave me a device, and they feel like they've been, looked over or we're not being responsive, there's a way to just close that loop through a survey and saying, all right, you're the 600 or so teachers that haven't gotten a device. Let's just double check and make sure you don't need one. Just that kind of stuff, so that
sorry again to interrupt that. We did do a teacher survey and we have the data.
Okay.
The 3,400 are new laptops we issued. Some of the teachers already have devices issued by the school.
Okay.
Because when they came back to the buildings, a majority of them did not want to carry their personal devices where they were using their personal devices. So I believe that we have closed the loop, but we continue to, if we receive requests for building subs or permanent subs or somebody newly recruited teachers, we continue to honor those requests and give them the laptops.
Well, that's wonderful. So then we're, if the loop is closed, the loop is closed. I don't want you to close it again. I just want to make sure it got closed. And just incredible work we've done, from, literally no program to, one that's up and running and improving all the time. So, I mean, it's just really exciting. But anyway, that's terrific. Thank you. On attendance. And actually, Dr. Breeden, if you could pull up that chart that had the 2 pie charts of the grades, because I think that there's a dot there's some dots that I think are worth connecting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, if Scott could pull that up for us.
All right. Well, maybe not. When I looked at all of those narrowing slices, right? I don't think they're going, it's not like the A's are going to B's and the B's are going to C's. My hunch is that we lost our A's to F's, we lost our B's to F's, and because my hunch is it's an engagement issue. I mean, I could be wrong, but we're talking about root cause like educated guesses of root cause analyses. Which gets me back to the attendance piece, because I think that, I mean, from what I hear from families and parents, and it's all anecdotal, but there's some segment of our kids that are either logged in and have their screens off and are not attending at all, or are the parents are logging in and marking them attended when they haven't really attended. And I guess I'd like to see us do some survey of the teachers to say, you know, what are you experiencing, and can you estimate how many of your kids, I mean, you know, I have a family friend who's like 8-year-old daughter walked in because she overheard the teacher saying, you know, please turn your screen on, please turn your screen on. And the 8-year-old said, my mother wants you to turn the screen on, Josie, would you please do it? Like, you know, like she overheard it in the other room. So like, that's a piece of this. I don't know how big, but it seems to me we should ask our teachers, do a survey monkey or something, like, you know, and probably you have to break it down by grade level, or maybe even schools or regions or something, because to ask the teachers to follow up with every failing kid and find out why they're not just en masse without trying to peel away some of those layers. We're putting teachers in a loop of saying, call up the family whose child is refusing to log in and come up with a plan for why they're not succeeding, when the plan is the kid's refusing to log in and the parents are out at work, or he's logged in and playing video games on another device or something like. And so the parents are often likely to say to the teacher, you figure, if you can get them to log in, fine, I'm not home, or they're not listening to, like, so before we start asking a teacher to come up with a plan for every failure, let's figure out if we can figure out, make it a more refined request, because for a kid, it certainly should be, there should be a plan for every kid who's failing. But to put that burden on the teacher to document all of it without trying to figure out if there's other ways around it or something, or to, you know, think about it a little more, because otherwise they're in this loop of, you know, well, they're not logging in or they're not participating, and the parent's not doing it, the teacher's not doing it, and all of a sudden we're not getting any further. And so I just think that's the distinction between attendance and engagement, and trying to figure out how to get smarter about addressing that a little more strategically. And maybe even, is there a way we can measure it? You know, our attendance rate of 75% and a chronic absenteeism is 66%. I'm having trouble figuring out how to reconcile those two numbers. And we don't need to do it here, but it's just something else going on there. And I think that it has a lot more to do with getting students engaged. And maybe there's other ways to do that. I don't know.
I appreciate that feedback. I know sometimes with engagement, it's chicken and egg. Are they not attending because they're not engaged? Or if they would attend, would they get engaged? So that feedback is very helpful, along with school board member Cole saying, reach out to Great City Schools. Because I've read some articles from other districts, but the more that we can see how other people did it without, without making that the focus rather than moving forward and trying to improve, it's a tricky thing. So thank you.
Well, and I think the other thing is that, you know, teaching online, I mean, teaching is an art in general. Mm-hmm. Teaching online is another art. I'm very grateful I'm not being asked to do it right now, because it would have been a steep learning curve for me. And, you know, so, there's probably some segment of these kids we're losing because they're there for the first 15 minutes and then we lose them. You know, what's the strategy for those kids versus the kids who, as soon as the mother walks out the door, the father walks out the door, they're playing video games. You know, like it's that root cause analysis is hard. But I just think that It's not as simple as telling the teachers for every F we want to plan. I mean, I don't mean to say it's not as simple, like that might be an too top level. And it's kind of like you're creating busy work to some degree. You're adding a burden that's not really designed to solve the problem. And or could be easily solved by just asking teachers a little more, you know, for more information about what they're experiencing. I love the YouTube videos for how to do stuff. That was really cool. And for the grading policy committee, I'm excited about that. The only thought, request, caveat I would toss out is I think over the years, and I'm talking about a lot of years, we put these committees together and we have a few teachers, but the teachers don't feel meaningfully represented. And if there might be some way to make sure they're having a chance to provide input. I know you can't have 4,000 teachers on your committee, but you know what I mean, like be very strategic and intentional about hearing from them, you know, through listening sessions or surveys or some combination of that. But I think that that will be really critical to the outcome and the success of that grading policy committee. And now I will be quiet.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Beggerly. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much, President Adair. First to Dr. Dixon and our administrators, thank you very much for this contextual, deep, rich data analysis for us. This puts into perspective and highlights the gravity of which the challenge we face, and that's advancing student learning. To again, listen to our conversation and hear terms like root cause. And we want to get to the root cause of why our students aren't attending, to provide our community with the definition of disengaged versus chronic absenteeism versus just being absent, and to understand the ways in which student attendance can be codified, or the codes that can be used for student attendance. It's critically important that not just our board and our administrators understand these terms and the data, but also our community. As again, I think about our seniors, and this is where my first questions will come from. It's important for us to really begin to think about how we can start to advance their student learning. So one, I want to know, are we thinking, in Dr. Breeden's comments, when you said you were surveying teachers that are engaging students and you're looking for these best practices, are we being thoughtful about moving to identify master teachers that are doing these awesome virtual lessons? And are we identifying the subject and maybe the lesson plans that they're doing those awesome lesson plans in virtually, so we can maybe open them up to all students in the district? I think identifying, again, those master teachers, those teachers that are really doing a phenomenal job at presenting information in this virtual environment would be a great way to maybe capture some of those students that may not be engaged in a particular subject with a particular teacher. Because as we've acknowledged during this meeting, in saying that the teachers needed a different form of understanding and teaching for how to record attendance, our students might need a different form of understanding and teaching related to course material. So the first question then is, are we looking to establish some master teachers that are just doing an awesome job at presenting information virtually?
I think you may align with my thinking about this when you mentioned that. You know, I've always heard when you have a problem, the answer is usually in the room. And the room is really our teachers that we have that are doing exceptional things. And so I know that Ms. Clark in my shop has surveyed the teachers. She's followed up with some conversations, but are we to the point to identify something a little more structural? We have not done that yet, but that is a wonderful suggestion because teachers like to hear what other teachers are doing. They can get a lot more richer conversations going if we do, peer modeling, observations, things like that. And just general sharing. Teachers also need that to, it's also a way to minimize the stress. Are you having this problem? I'm having this problem, and kind of balance yourself a little bit by working with other professionals.
Excellent. My next question kind of keeps with that. Do we have a strategy or plan ready to launch to communicate to our community what attendance is, what type of attendance we're looking for? So to really lay out what disengagement is versus chronic absenteeism, and how we can share that with our families and community members. So employers know this is how we want our seniors to be engaged. This is how we want our students to be engaged. So you being mindful of their work hours to ensure that they're engaged in this synchronous class becomes important for our community to know.
Yes, Dr. Pierce. Let's see. Dr. Klein, do you want to speak to what we're doing with our attendance initiative?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Dixon. To Dr. Pierce's question, we are working on a very robust attendance plan. It is going to take us a little bit of time. It does not happen overnight because, as you know, we have not had an attendance plan in the past. And we are actually working cross-departmentally. Dr. Blue, Dr. Chapman, Dr. Breeden, and Mr. Wortman and I have been meeting with vendors, meeting with research people, and working on how we are going to lay this out. So it is not there yet, ma'am, but we are going to get it there, and we are going to have it ready to roll before next school year.
Dr. Klein, I appreciate that. My next question then, maybe it's both you and Dr. Dixon answering this question, and maybe it's Dr. Chapman. When can we expect that all of our seniors and their parents will have signed their graduation plan? We need those students to know as soon as possible where they can capture credits, where they may need to do VCAP. When is that date that we can anticipate that all of our seniors and their parents will be well aware of what their students need to graduate this year?
Yeah, thank you. I have Dr. Chapman because our parents are aware and they've had conversations with our parents, but we do have a issue with signing those in person, and the team is working on a strategy to get those forms done electronically. But I'll let Dr. Where is she? She's here.
Thank you, Board Member Pierce, for that, and Dr. Dixon for that introduction. The aim is to have all of those plans completed in the month of January. So when we return from school, recently there have been several changes that have impacted the requirements for graduation, many of which the team have talked about here this evening. So we have implemented the new grading guidance, which provides more safety nets for our students, all of our students, 6 through 12, which allows them to recover or to improve their grade from first quarter. We have all of our senior counselors have met with their students and identified the students that need to sign up for credit recovery. Yes. So they're already enrolled in credit recovery. You know that we administer the ELCs in the month of December. So all of our high school teams have reached out to all of their students, inviting them in to participate in the ELCs. And then the other piece, more technical in nature, Dr. Klein's team gracefully has translated the form or converted the form so that it can be completed electronically. In this virtual space, we recognize that our senior counselors and teams are certainly meeting with the students and their families, but being able to have a physical signature on a physical piece of paper has been a challenge. So right now they have documented those virtual meetings that they've had, but now we have a way to capture that electronic signature signature on an electronic form. And again, our plan is to make sure that now that we have all the information that we need, and all of the requirements for graduation are somewhat a little bit more final. I know I haven't gotten an update today, but I know today that there was a Senate Bill 358 on the floor for consideration, which also would waive additional graduation requirements. We're hoping that we'll have an update on that as well, because certainly all of our senior teams did not want to meet with the students prematurely and say that you need to do all of these things for graduation, when in essence, that list may be look a little bit different. During this time, we know that we want to be very sensitive to the needs of our students and families. They're dealing with a lot. They're managing a lot in this virtual environment. Life has changed significantly. And so we did not want to add any undue stress or trauma to them by overextending the number of requirements that they need for graduation. So again, to answer your question, the month of January, we'll be finalizing all of those graduation plans, and we'll be doing that electronically so that we have a way to capture and formally connect the dots and have those signatures on file.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Chapman. I appreciate that. My next two questions kind of are a lot broader, but get at specific student populations. I want to bring our attention to slide number 11, specifically the attendance for our LEP and our IEP students. Looking at those two student groups, we see that their attendance is below this district average that we have. This kind of connects and aligns with a larger conversation that's had throughout our nation about what are we doing to help our most vulnerable students. And so again, I just want to provide opportunity for you all to speak about what our administration, what our teachers are doing from a building level, from a region level, for a student population level, to really get at the trends that we're seeing with these two student populations.
Dr. Breedy, you want to speak to that instructional practices that we're using for those populations? I'm not sure Kira is on.
It's challenging. The virtual environment impacts them faster and more severe than the other ones. You know, originally when we were bringing back students, we really wanted to bring back special ed students that were very high need, and that was not possible to do. One thing that we're doing is we've looked at technology to help us in some ways. We have bought for our teachers, our special ed teachers, and some of our other teachers, these stands that hold the iPad so that when the teacher is instructing, the teacher doesn't have to be sitting in front of the computer. So it gives them a few more ways to reach the students. We've also had to do a lot of just one-on-one contacting instructional aides or assisting our teachers in holding small groups in Zoom. We've done that sort of thing. I'm deeply concerned. I can give you a more comprehensive list and a little more thoughtful list than I can do right now, but it is challenging and we are trying different things. And we are talking to teachers that they've found some things that are effective. So let me take a little more time to gather my thoughts with my team so I can be much more specific. But you have targeted a problem that is one of the most challenging that we're dealing with now. We're very hopeful. I know that my executive director of special services has been looking at different strategies we can do when we can bring students back to try to accelerate the learning. But you understand how difficult this is. So thank you.
Thank you. And I look forward to learning about those practices that we're implementing again to meet those students and families where they are, to advance student learning, and recognizing that it's not going to be done in one day or 1 week. It's going to take months on our part and some creative summer planning probably, and creative planning for years to come to ensure that our students have all the knowledge and information that they need to be successful. My last question is then kind of unique and inventive. As we think about the attendance challenges that we face, are we thinking about what we can do around asynchronous lesson plans? As I look at attendance for our non-digital academy students, a lot of that seems that it's synchronous. You have to attend this class at this particular time on this particular day. How are we providing our students with opportunities maybe to watch a recording of that particular class session, and through their watching of that session and completing of an assignment, it then counts for their attendance? So how are we advancing those opportunities for more personalized learning plans that provide our students with asynchronous opportunities?
That has been challenging. I know as we worked with CEA on our MOU, that was an area that we looked at. We have had some teachers that have said we are willing to do that. And that's some of the group that we bought this special iPads for, because we want it to be a more active approach, not just the teacher sitting at the desk recording that. So that is an ongoing challenge, but I do think there are students who are working. There are also students that have childcare responsibilities at their home during that time. And we are aware that that sounds to be, and I'm hearing, it's so interesting that you brought that up, because just in the last 2 weeks, that has come up time and time again in conversations. Matter of fact, Dr. Dixon and I talked about it the other night. Just what can we do to do anything we can do to work with these students and their point of need right now.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Chapman is to chime in on an example as well. Dr. Chapman?
Yes, Board Member Pierce, as a part of the grading guidance that we implemented, we offered every school 6 through 12 to add 2 asynchronous days to each quarter to allow more time for students to catch up and for teachers to meet with students in smaller groups and provide that support that's needed. And we're currently looking at ways to add more asynchronous time to the elementary schedules as well. So that is feedback that we've received from our students, feedback we've received from staff, from administrators, and we are working diligently to be responsive to that feedback.
Thank you so much to all the doctors who have weighed in to answer these questions. I appreciate how you all are being intentional to, one, understand the needs of our students and our families. And while we don't get the solutions immediately, that you all are putting forth solutions to meet our students and families where their needs are. But at the same time, I want to challenge and continue to challenge you all to be innovative and to continue to push harder. Our students are depending on the education that we provide them for their opportunities and for the opportunities for their families and generations to come. So I know it's hard work. I thank you in advance for the work that you're doing, but I challenge you to continue to keep doing that work and to continue to think about it from a very innovative and creative perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I actually had a quick question. I know we talked about looking at the grades for those that earn letter grades. What about our grade bands that don't? So our littler kids, have we done any kind of look at, I see smiles, so it looks like we have. You know, I know my own personal struggles in elementary school right now, but you know, have we looked at the little ones, how they're compared to last year?
Michelle will speak to if we've looked at those, but we do also, we're working on some administrative guidance for helping pre-K through 5 and kind of using the one we did 6 through 12 for a model because we know that standard-based report card, but we do feel like students should have a second opportunity to work on those skills.
Board President Adair, I just wanted to add, thank you, Terry. I just wanted to add that there are actually 48 different standards that are measured on the elementary report card. So it's a little bit harder to look at this because it's not a quote letter grade for a content area. So what Dr. Breeden and Dr. Chapman are working on is a great solution that will allow any student to improve their number on any of their items. And I think they're getting very close to being able to roll that out soon. So look for that in the week to come.
My daughter won't be happy. But yeah, I wanted to share a funny story that I already shared with Dr. Dixon, just with everyone, just a point of levity in this whole situation. Thank goodness winter break is a few days away, right? So my daughter, I'm working yesterday and I get an email that she has missed math class. And I go out and I find her sleeping in the dog bed with the dog. So instead of going to math class, she decided to take a nap. So yes, this is so hard. And I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing, all the work that the parents are doing, everyone literally just trying to keep it together in this very, very challenging time. She is now grounded and cannot have her phone. And so she's not very happy about that, but she knows now she can't miss class to take naps with Lola. So just thank you, everyone. James, did you have a question? I think I saw you. No? Okay, I thought you raised your hand. All right, well, I think then we're finished with questions, Dr. Dixon. Thank you so much for your report and thank the whole team. It was a very, very, very thorough report. So even those people that didn't get questions asked directly to you today, we definitely appreciate you. Was there anything else you had, Dr. Dixon?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
You're like, thank goodness. We're done. All right, so on to our internal auditor. I don't believe you have a report this evening, but it's always great to see you. Is there any announcements you'd like to make?
Thank you, Board President Adair and board members. I don't have an announcement. I don't have a report, so I will just take this time to wish you all a happy holiday, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, over to you, Mr. Treasurer.
You sure?
You want me to skip it? No. Yes. I'm sure.
And good night. No, thank you. I will begin the financial report here momentarily. All right, thank you very much. This is the monthly financial report for November. It was reviewed by the Finance and Appropriations Committee on December 9th, just last Wednesday. On a year-to-date basis through November, revenues and expenditures continue to follow their behavior as they have throughout this year, and that is revenues are running above plan and expenditures are running under plan. They combine to drive the cash balance about $49 million over plan, and it's sat at $349 million at the end of November. A couple of highlights for revenues for the month of November. State funding is now running about $940,000 below plan. I spoke to the committee and presented to you last month that it appears that receipts this year are following more of a equal monthly payment model rather than this kind of rather staggered and historically based model. And it continued this month, except for the fact that there were two payments kind of out of the ordinary. One was a one-time payment of almost $807,000 as an adjustment from last year's calculation. And then there was also the first casino revenue payment of about $660,000. You might recall in my 5-year forecast discussion that I took the casino revenue out of the forecast because I felt that that might not be forthcoming given the closures of the casinos due to the COVID pandemic. $660,000 is about half of what one of the payments would normally be. in the forecast. We would have had around 2.5 million in the forecast. So this revenue is above what's in the forecast, but it's only 660,000. I also go into in the MD&A for the report, if you would care to read it, sort of in the appendix area, I go into a discussion about the monthly payments and the basis for some of the adjustments from last year. They net out to very little difference, but there are some adjustments that carry forward, and I discuss how the state treats those adjustments. And in a nutshell, if it's a negative adjustment, in other words, less revenue, they tend to spread that out over the balance of the bi-monthly payments in a fiscal year. But in the case of this month, because it was a positive variance, they give you that lump sum up front. So just a little bit difference in how they account for that. Other revenues are about 6.9 million above plan year to date. And in that category, pilots continue to lead the way at about 6.6 million above plan. And overall, we're about 10.9 million above plan year to date. You can see here that, again, state property taxes are our largest source of income, running slightly ahead of plan. State revenue pretty much right on target, and all other revenues slightly above plan. A graphical representation of what I mentioned about the flow of state aid. The blue line represents a equal monthly payment amount model. The orange line represents what history would tend to indicate should be the flow or would be the flow. And then the black line shows you what's actually going on. And you can see there the bump in revenue this month for November. This is just the year-to-date variances. As you can see, against the equal monthly flow model, there's very little variance until this month. And because of the plan being rather jagged month to month, you can see that year-to-date variance jumping around a bit, currently sitting at just under 1 million under plan. In the other revenue, all other revenues category, you can see property tax allocation is unchanged from October at about 381,000 below plan. Other revenues, that's where the pilots reside, and they're running 6.6 million above plan. And other finance sources very close, but 627,000 under plan year to date. Just a reminder about our heat map and what constitutes favorable and unfavorable variances. I did discuss with the committee the impact of these, or how these variances are calculated and how they manifest themselves depending upon the size of a particular line item in the financial report. As you might imagine, the larger the line item, the more likely you'll get a wider variance in revenues on the heat map than you will percentages. And the smaller the line, you get those large percent variances, but very small dollar variances, relatively speaking. And so you'll see the magnitude of these variances skew a bit based upon the actual size of the line item. When we look at the heat map for revenues, you can see pretty much that everything is on plan or favorable except for other financing sources. And that happens to be a $1 million line item. So this is a pretty good example of where a moderately unfavorable dollar amount variance results in a rather large percent variance. But really in this case, we would focus more on the dollar amount. But very favorable in dollar amount and moderately favorable in percent variance in total financing sources year to date. Moving on to expenditures, personnel was under plan in November, about 3.7 million. That was 1.6 million in salaries and wages and 2.1 million in benefits, bringing the total then year to date at 16 million under, 14 million in salary and wages, and just 1.9 in benefits. You might recall last month we were spot on year to date in benefits. The purchase services now 2.3 million month to date under plan, 13 million year to date. Professional technical services, property services, internet access, and tuition are the top 4 year-to-date variances, ranging anywhere from 1.6 to 2.5 million under plan. Only one line item in purchase services is running over plan, and that's telephone services, believe it or not, and it's only $233,000 above plan. Our charter deductions, 664,000 under plan month to date, and now 4.4 million under plan. In the forecast, that number was bumped up a bit. So remember, these comparisons, these variances are shown as a comparison to the November 5-year forecast. So we are expecting year-to-date variances to continue under plan. We wouldn't be surprised that perhaps charter and this scholarship line run close to 10 million under plan by the end of the year. Supplies and materials under plan this month to date, $1.7 million. Mainly software and fuel are running under. Textbooks at about 1.4 million over plan I'm sorry, software and fuel are running about 1.4 million under plan, each of them. And textbooks is about 2 million over plan due to a large textbook purchase that occurred here recently. So capital outlay, 3.5 million under. There was an adjustment this month for the $7.15 million from the City of Columbus. We learned that the state auditor decided that they wanted that accounted for in a separate fund. So while we thought we should run it through the general fund, we have to run it through the coronavirus relief CRF fund, coronavirus relief fund. So we've set up a separate fund for that, and we've had to back out the expenditures and move them over to that fund. We had not yet received the revenue from the city yet on that. And so when that's recorded, that will be in the CRF fund. So we didn't have to make a revenue adjustment this month. Getting into the just a graphic representation, you see personnel running under plan, fairly significantly. Charter, very close to plan. All other expenditures are running under plan. And you can see that's because of purchase services mainly. The heat map for expenditures, pretty much all green until you get down into the other financing uses where the line items are smaller in dollar value. So you see those very unfavorable or very favorable percentage swings there. So that the transfer outline, for example, is 1.5 million in variance against a $2 million line item, and it's 133% variance. So it's a moderate dollar amount variance, but a very large percentage variance. Just an example of what I had mentioned before. One of the things I did with the committee, because I know expenditures are being compared to the November forecast as our revenues, and we do expect to exceed revenues in the forecast and come in under the expenditures in the forecast. I wanted to compare back to last year at this time. We are in a very unique period, obviously, because of the pandemic. And so I wanted to look with the committee at revenues and expenditures year to date, last year versus this year, and just see what we can glean from that. I walked through this with them, and here for general property tax, up about 2.5%. We've received settlement, and that seems a very usual expectation in a off year. It's not a reappraisal or update year, so 2.5% increase there seems reasonable. State aid is down 3.1% compared to last year because of the $9.2 million reduction that carried forward from last fiscal year to this year. So that's explainable and understandable. Property tax allocation, pretty much spot on. So I think I've got that split between property tax allocation and general property taxes kind of figured out for this year. And all other revenues, again, you can see here that the pilots are really driving our increases over last year to the tune of about $8.4 million ahead. Total revenues then from an operating side, just about 2.4% above. And then you can see down here, not a large, maybe percentage variances and other financing sources, fairly large percentage, but dollar amount not significantly running behind last year. So all in all, we're up about $9.6 million year to date over last year, or right around 2.2%. I might add, if you look at the state's November report, I think they're running closer to 3.65 or 4% over their expectations year to date. So we're a little bit closer than they are. Comparison to last year for expenditure side, and I will talk about this line in a little bit more detail in just a moment, but year to date on personnel, which is salaries, wages, and fringe benefits, we're essentially spot on where we were last year. Despite contractual wage increases and additional staff, we spent year to date exactly what we spent last year. And I will tell you that that's mainly in the area of reductions in substitute pay and overtime, as could be expected because our operations have been dramatically affected. Purchase services running behind last year. Almost every line in purchase services is running behind last year. Charter schools, never fails, they're running ahead of last year, so that increases and those deductions continue on. Supplies and materials, this large jump is due to an $8.8 million textbook purchase that it's just a timing thing, so it appeared this year. And I don't think we had quite a larger purchase last year, so we know what that variance is. These increases over last year, while large in percentage, fairly small dollar amounts. Nothing going on down here other than this line right here, which is advances out. That $819,000 does mean something to me. There are two advances that we are making on a monthly basis to two funds in the district. One is the Latchkey Fund, and the other is WCBE. And you'll hear more on those funds and what those advances mean on a cash flow basis and what we anticipate will happen by the end of the year for those two funds in subsequent FAC meetings and presentations to the board. But just know that while we advance money on a month-to-month basis to help with cash flow, eventually those advances either have to be paid back or they will turn into I guess you can say a permanent advance, and it's called a transfer out. And so those dollars would move up to this line from this line should they need to be permanent by the end of the year. All in all, overall expenses just running about 3% ahead of where we were last year. Taking a look at the expenditure line item, as I said, about 125,000 ahead of last year. And you can see here the breakdown. Actually 300,000 less in salary and wages. And again, all driven by overtime and substitute pay. And fringe benefits running slightly ahead. Many of those lines are driven by salary and wage line items. They are a percent of the salary and wages paid. For instance, retirement and workers' comp are good examples. And on the fringe benefit side, we did have a reduction in our healthcare premium beginning in January of this calendar year. So we are seeing that savings come into play in holding that increase over last year down a bit. So all in all, revenues are up, expenditures down, continuing the pattern that we've seen every month so far this year. And so that really closes out my monthly financial report. The committee heard about a couple of appropriation adjustments that you're approving tonight. We looked at meeting dates for the next year, and I think we had a fairly succinct and kind of quick meeting. 2 meetings in a row. So I think we did very well. So that concludes my report. I'll be glad to answer questions, and perhaps Chair Cole might have comments to add as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair Cole, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that the Mr. Treasurer wrapped it up rather succinctly. Revenues are up. However, moderately, expenses are considerably lower. We're managing the district's resources responsibly and appropriately. We're also trying to be as proactive in our planning as possible. So yes, there's some things that will come through the committee moving forward on a policy basis that we'll have the opportunity to take a bite at the apple on that. So I look forward to our continued work. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Madam President.
Go ahead.
And Madam President, if I could just add, you are all aware of the work that Dr. Roush is doing, lobbying either for or against particular pieces of legislation. There are several, at least 3 or 4 that are in my domain, having to do with property valuations, having to do with, well, one of them actually has to do with treasurer and business manager licensure, and the Fair School Funding Plan. I have either testified in person or submitted a written testimony on several of them. And we're just fighting hard to combat that lame duck behavior that you get in this situation. And it takes a lot of work. I'm impressed. Dr. Roush seems to know hour by hour what's going on. I'll be getting text messages at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and he'll be filling me in. I suspect he's contacting you as well. The point of that is just to say that there's a lot going on. I think the sunset is this Thursday, I believe. I don't know if he's on and would want to confirm that, but I'll be thankful, I guess, when the lame duck session is over and the flags are no longer flying over the State House. If you get that joke, there's, okay. They fly when they're in session, so. Am I right, Eric?
That is correct. And at this point in time, I think the goal is that they will finish their legislative work this Thursday. They still have the possibility to come back next week or the week thereafter. It is more than likely they will not adjourn sine die until probably the last week of December, just in case there's a need to come back. But as of right now, all indications are that this Thursday should put the finishing touches on the 133rd General Assembly.
And thank you, Dr. Roush, you went away too quickly. I wanted to say thank you and echo what Treasurer Bohorik said. We don't have a spot right now on the agenda for you tonight about the legislative update, but you have been working tirelessly for us, literally texting very late at night. So I know you're following everything, keeping us up to date, helping coordinate testimony and talking to, representatives and senators and looping us in and getting us involved. And so I just wanted to say thank you, and that you are appreciated very much, you and your tiny team of 1 and helpers who help you like the treasurer and other members of our team. So just thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for treasurer? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Pierce had a question.
No problem. So thank you, President Adair. I think, thank you so much for your update and your advocacy on various policies at the state level. And just because you've kind of brought that up, is there any policies that our community should be watching? Are there any ways that our community can advocate for particular policies as we finish out this session and move into a new one?
I think President Adair and to board member Dr. Pierce, I think Eric can give you the very technical legislative response to that. I will give you the personal emotional response to that. There are a couple of bills that are pending that are, I think, attacking boards of education's right to defend the property valuation in the district. There is a well-established process, the Board of Revision and Board of Tax Appeals process, for property owners, taxpayers, to challenge their property value that the county auditor sets, and to present evidence that the value that the county auditor placed on their property is incorrect. We, and I believe I learned that really any citizen could, we exercise our right as a Board of Education to file a counter complaint, to be a party to that discussion, to ensure that the evidence that is presented is well supported. We often we often present our own evidence, and that evidence is typically in appraisals. And that process works. It works so well that the mainly court, and we only do what you consider commercial industrial properties or income producing, owner occupied income producing properties. We don't file on single family units. And I will say one time that we did, it was because the county auditor had the property coded incorrectly. It wasn't our fault. We were using the data that we were given. And now I know of one time. Anyway, and what happens in that process and why it works so well is that oftentimes we step out of that Board of Revision process and mutually agree to a settlement. And then we receive these payments in lieu of taxes. And so that to me is evidence that it works. You know, if either party believes that they're, and I'm not an attorney, so attorneys might want to explain this better, but the way I view it, if you really think you've got that strong of a case, go ahead and go to Board of Revision, let them make a decision, and then go to the Board of Tax Appeals and let them make that decision. Or you have the option to negotiate a reasonable settlement where we get some or all, or some mutually agreed upon amount of taxes in lieu of going through that whole process. It works. A couple of bills pending. One in particular attempts to put roadblocks in our way, undue and unreasonable notification requirements and whatnot. Another bill that's out there is really related to the impact that the pandemic has had on property values. It occurred right after the Jan 1, 2020 lien date on property values. And the question is, can those events be used to affect that date? Can those events be used to affect future lien dates and property values? And we're working, we know that this pandemic should affect values once for one tax year. And that's what we're trying, whether it's accelerated or it happens in due course of the House Bill 920 process. We just want to make sure it happens only once. So those are the things that I think are really important to us, because we could take an hour or two and we could talk about the impact, but understand this, that sometimes if this goes through, we run the risk that there'll be a dollar for dollar loss to the district more than what would normally happen. So those are the big ones that I'm worried about. I'm disappointed about the Fair School Funding Plan, but we will live to fight another day. So that's my emotional, personal speech on that. So Dr. Roush, give them the legislative lobbying activist role part here.
So I think to Dr. Pierce's question, how can we better engage the community, or what piece of legislation? I think the Ohio Fair School Funding Plan, while it did not occur this General Assembly, is certainly going to be at the forefront of the budget discussions in the next General Assembly. And I think we are going to need our community to help push that and help convince, not as much the House, but there will be some new members in the House, but certainly more so the Senate, the value of that plan and why it's important, and why it's important that we have a defensible school funding system based on evidence that's understandable, to actually have a funding formula, which is something we've not had for a number of years, that emphasizes educating students or funding students, but also providing those resources to students based upon their particular needs, whether that's their career tech student, or their student with exceptionalities, or they're learning English, or they're gifted and talented. Or they're economically disadvantaged. We want to make sure that those resources are going to those students. So I think going forward, I think we're going to really need a lot of help in the next budget cycle in order to push that. The other bills that the treasurer and I are working on are highly technical in nature, is probably the best way to put those. And I think that we are continuing to work towards those. We've been working with members to have amendments drafted for pieces of legislation. And right now it's in the negotiation phase of all of that. As I'm sure you all know, there's a lot of give and take in the legislative process. And so I think that we have certainly engaged members of our delegation. They've been supportive. They continue to work with us, and we'll continue to work with them to try to come up with solutions that benefit certainly our school district, but also school districts across the state.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for, while you could have went deeper, for explaining a lot of that for our community. Because again, as we talk about breaking down these systems, this is a part of it. That budget process is a part of it, and informing our community on where they can advocate and how they can advocate, I think is critically important. So thank you for that.
Thank you both so much. Okay, we are going to now move into board matters, and we have item 9.1, the second reading of the omnibus amendments. So I will turn it over to the chair of the policy committee, Board Member Brown.
Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity. We have had a first reading on 7 different policies, and I presented those in greater detail at that first reading. I do want to present them with a couple of changes for approval tonight. The 2 changes that I'd like to make, if there are no objections, are a change to policy 5230 with dealing with late arrival and early dismissal. And the primary changes come from our legal department. They've taken a really good look at one of the items that we were struggling with, and they've provided some really good definitions and clarity to what is apparent and how that will work, and brought it into line with the law. That was sent out to you, I believe, early this week, and you've all had a chance to look at that. So I'd like to substitute what we provided you in place of what's currently in the omnibus amendment. The second is simply to hold off on policy 5000. Had a few recent discussions, and there's some good questions that have arisen. And because of the way this one was developed, in fairness, I want to take it back not only to the policy review committee, but also to the subcommittee that really did great work in putting this together. We're very, very close. I think we'll be back very shortly with this, but I'd simply like to hold off on adopting that tonight. And with those 2 changes, I present the omnibus amendment, and if there are no objections, to go forward on it in this fashion.
Okay, so first we need to make sure that there were no objections to those 2 changes. So basically, again, just to reiterate, we are substituting out the version of policy 5230 based on legal's advice, and you all had that. And then removing policy 5000 from consideration this evening to go back to committee and subcommittee. Are there any objections to those 2 amendments?
No objections, and motion.
So we have a motion and to approve. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair.
Yes,
That motion carried.
thank you.
Thank you all.
We will now move into the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda consists of items 11.1 to 24.8. Are there any members who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move approval.
Second.
You get who moved?
I got Board Member Brown and then Board Member Cole.
Thank you. Are there any items you would like to discuss on the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
With the exception of item 24.8, which I am abstaining from, yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We will now move into board announcements. Who has an announcement this evening? Board Member Beckerly.
I do, and I'm going to ask for an assist from either you or Scott Wortman to pull up the presentation I emailed to you, unless you wanted me to share the screen and then I can pull it up.
I don't personally have it ready, so I don't know if Scott does.
I emailed it, but then I didn't tell you I emailed it. It should be in your email. I can pull it up myself. I don't know if you are can give me that ability. Sorry. Which, do you want me to try to pull it up, or should we? Oh, I'm the co-host now. Okay, there's that. Anyway, I have been neglectful and not doing any Rise Up acknowledgements for the past few board meetings. So this week I thought I would embrace my role as the board member that's handling the facilities management plan process for Region 3. So I put out, and I also thought I would focus on the kids that are showing up, the students that are showing up and engaged during this difficult time. So I put out a request to Region 3 to identify some of their students that are, engaged in this time. And can you guys see this okay? All right, so these are the COVID All-Stars from Region 3, and this is by not any means all of them, but in Buckeye Middle School, we have all of these students that are actively engaged and showing up despite challenges in their own lives and the challenges of COVID and the challenges of being virtual. I won't read them all because I know it's late, but it's an impressive list. Parsons Elementary Principal Shannon Clemens reported that 63 students are missing no days at all, and 120 students are missing 2 days or fewer. They highlighted a couple of students in particular, Natalia Clarkson in the 3rd grade, Daviana Miller also in the 3rd grade, Emma Luke in the 1st grade, and Josh Page in the 5th grade at Parsons Elementary. And then our friends at Lincoln Park, Principal Carla Case, shared that Damani Richardson in the 3rd grade has been an engagement all-star. And the teacher said she comes to absolutely everything online. I bet she hasn't missed one special class either. She's our attendance rock star. So I thought, we're worried so much about the students that aren't showing up and reaching everybody. I thought it was important to celebrate the ones that are showing up in these difficult times. So that's my Rise Up acknowledgement for this evening.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Are there any other announcements from the board?
President Adair, can I make an announcement, but do it in a very unique way?
Sure.
Awesome. So I'm going to turn over my announcement to our Chief Engagement Officer so she can reiterate a call for our volunteers for We Care Wednesday. Is she there?
Oh, did you surprise her?
I probably did. Sorry, community, but
She's there.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone with Mom.
tell Mom we said hello.
Mom, the board said hello. And Talisa did too. I'll call you back later. Okay. She said, okay.
Got to look after our parents, right, during this time. So everybody in the community, make sure you're checking on your loved ones. Great way, Chief of Engagement, to remind us of that. Great way. Thank you.
She wants you to remind everyone about tomorrow.
Gotcha. We Care Wednesday. So I was calling, checking on my mom. So I do apologize for that. But, well, no, I don't apologize for that. But because we have to take care of each other. And We Care Wednesday, once again, when I talk about our families, when I say our families, I am talking about our internal families and our external families. We Care Wednesday, that the seed was planted when teachers were reaching out for resources for their parents. And then Dr. Dixon and I met with a community member and a former CCS member, and we said we have to do something because families are hurting. All of us, I am certain that everyone in the sound of my voice can point to someone who has been impacted by COVID. And so we partnered with Lutheran Services 211 because for the next, after next week, when we go on Christmas break, it's going to be 2 weeks. And families won't be able to reach out to teachers. Students won't be able to reach out to teachers. And our families need support. And so tomorrow, We Care Wednesday is just an outward demonstration of supporting our families. Dr. Dixon sent a US mail to all families with all of the resources, and we're just calling, checking on them. Did you receive the resources? Is there anything that we can help you with? And it's tomorrow. We have volunteers, we need more volunteers, but every family will either get a phone call, a text message, an email, or a voice dialer, providing the resources to help get them through that 2 weeks. And we have ELL volunteers to speak specifically with our New American immigrant families, our ASL that need, American Sign Language, that are deaf. We're reaching out to them, and we just want to demonstrate how much we have to work together to rise up and get past the pandemic.
Dr. Purse has her heart. Thank you.
And check on your families, everyone.
That's right.
Everyone.
There we go. Are there any other announcements this evening? Well, I just wanted to wish everyone all the happy holidays and celebrations that you are celebrating this December. I want to say to the board, happy Hanukkah, Board Member Brown. I know that Ramona celebrated Our Lady of Guadalupe Day over the weekend. Happy birthday to Board Member Beckerly. And Merry Christmas and Happy Kwanzaa and Happy New Year. And I know I'm missing a whole bunch to all of you. Our work is not over for the year yet, board members. Tomorrow, we have our working session to continue discussion around our safe schools, culture, climate, all that great stuff. So we still have a few more working days before we close out our year. But to all the staff and our families, happy holidays to all of you. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you for sticking it out in COVID. And we're going to come back in the new year even stronger, even better, working on our equity agenda, making it happen and doing it together. And that's really what's going to advance us. So I'm excited for our continued work. So I will see all of you tomorrow. So all we will need then this evening is a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Happy holidays, yes.
President Adair.
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Stay safe and healthy. Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Members.
Good night, everyone. Good meeting.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.